Hold on to your butts, Stormchasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
That is tickety-boo. How we doing, everybody? You see look at this. If I sit up straight. Aha! There it is. Is my bot not working? Is the bot not working? It's been having problems lately. I might need to switch away from the Streamlabs bot. Let me go ahead and get that reconnected. Because STL command should work right now. It keeps disconnecting from Twitch lately for just whatever reason. Yeah, there it is. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's go ahead and fix that. Oh, God. It's gonna take me a second. I have to refresh its token. Bastard. Of course, I thought it was working before I went on, because I am a pro streamer, ladies and gents. How's everybody doing today? While I'm getting this taken care of right quick. Go ahead and take a look at that. Put in my password. One of my favorite things is how Streamlabs chatbot will not ever actually save my login information. Oh, that's the wrong login information anyway. It's just gotta be such pain sometimes. Pardon me, folks. This should only take a second. Now I have to enter the text sent to me. The code. Woo! Ain't this just 2020? Ain't this just 2020 all over? I'm gonna have to go through like 9 more forms of authentication that I didn't even know I had at this point. There we go, and authorize that. And that should go ahead and connect right in to Twitch. Yeah. Alright. Is it in the chat now? Let's see. It doesn't appear to be. Oh, I gave it the wrong. Okay, I put in the wrong token. I'm so good at this, you guys. So good at this. There, this one. I do hope this Tuesday finds everyone well. Of course, I can't see chat at the moment, but we'll fix that in a moment. Let's try that. Authorize. Connect. And now, maybe? You gonna connect, Mr. Bot? It'd be cool if you did. I'd really appreciate it. Still not showing it as connected. Well, this is bizarre, because it shows it as connected to the chat, like I see everything in my bot, but it's not showing up. Oh my god, and then we get a raid? Holy hell! Thank you so much for Godarung. It is, in fact, working. Perfect timing right there. So for those of you who tuned in approximately 4 minutes ago, what you would think that you saw was this stream starting. Now, it's an interesting and little-known fact that you did not see this stream starting. What you saw was an illusion. You're participating in a sort of a mass hysteria, where you generated a scenario where Dior Thunderhead is an incompetent asshole whose bot was not working, and then he had to spend a good 5 minutes fixing it. It's a very colorful fantasy that you indulged in, but I encourage you not to take it too seriously, because as it so happens, Thunderhead is much more competent than that. And I think that if you really think about it, if you search your feelings, you know that's true already. How you doing, Cat Ion? Good to see ya.
Hello there.
Hey, alright. What are we doing today? Hey, we got 40k Epic Narrator. Thank you so much for that raid, my friend. We got a shout out for him. Thank you so much, Project Dark Fox. If you're not already following 40k Epic Narrator, you really should be. He does some fantastic old Hammer projects. Older Games Workshop stuff, some sculpts that might be good and nostalgic for you. I know they are for me. I haven't caught your last few, I'm afraid. Epic Narrator, are you still working on those Hero Quest minis? Because those have been a lot of fun. Oh, thank you so much, Sumitha. I appreciate that. You're still working on the Hero Quest? I'm gonna have to stop over, check out your feed, see what you've been doing, because the last few I saw you do were really impressive, man. Every time I see your work on that, I start thinking about I should 3D print myself some Hero Quest figures, because I feel like at this point, did they do a reprint of that game? I feel like they did a reprint, or they were talking about doing a reprint, but I know that there are also STLs for similar figures out there. They're working on it. Okay. I see how it is. What's up, Puck Duncher? There's a rogue at 19k who is still not seeing a redemption option, because one thing is for sure, and that is that I am completely full of shit most of the time. And of course, Project Dark Fox, thank you so much for being here. Siestinator Rio, it is always good to see you, my friend. Lore Friendly, I thought I saw you in chat, Lore Friendly. How you doing, man? It's been a little bit, huh? How have you been? And then we got Diddum4527. So I thought I'd let you guys know. Ooh, Instagram link. Let me check that out. I need to set it up so that I can show you guys Instagram links right here on the feed. Oh yeah, that's looking nice, along with the old fold-out card furniture. Nicely done. I like how you went with the darker skin tone of the Barbarian to kind of break things. In fact, you got a good variation of skin tones across the whole lot. They really pop when they're all together like that. And I like the stonework that you've done on their bases too, because I remember those are just flat. Very nice work. Very nice work, 40k Epic Narrator. I encourage you guys to go ahead and click on that Instagram link and check out what he's been working on, because it's pretty damn cool. What's up, Wolfenspawn? How you doing? Hey, Firelock22. The best thing about Hero Quest is the miniatures, the pure, unadulterated nostalgia that it sends coursing through my veins. That might be the best thing about Hero Quest. The way it makes me remember the best times of my childhood and none of the shitty times that surround it. I think that's probably the best. A C-100 Marine. Oh, okay, all right. I'm probably gonna go check out the VOD later. Anyway. Oh, you're talking about the YouTube video, Firelog. Yeah, it's been a while since I watched that one. Yeah, the best thing about Hero Quest. You should go just plug that into YouTube if you haven't seen that video yet. It's fucking hilarious. Man. So, we are, as of this very moment, as of just a few minutes ago, actually, because I got a follow after I put up my socials. We are at 799 followers, and we're doing something for 800 followers. We're gonna do a bit of a giveaway, and you know, maybe it'll happen. Maybe it'll happen for next time. I don't know. Are we gonna get one follower tonight? Who knows? It's up to the gods. It's up to you know, karma, what have you. But we get to 800. We're gonna have a few things to give away. I wanted to get these little prototype T-shirts. Bing, bang, boom. We're going to have a couple of those, maybe a couple of these mugs that you could use for either drinking coffee like I am right now, or just use them for like paint water or what have you. But more importantly, in terms of giveaway items that aren't you just wearing an advertisement for me, we will have at least 4 credit codes for Steel Warrior Studios that should be good for anything on the website. We're going to be giving some of those away so that you can head on over to Steel Warrior Studios and pick up either physical product or STLs. I think that should be pretty good. And then we're going to have the Black Friday sale coming up later this month, so I think if you hold on to those, you should be able to get a pretty good amount of product for that. You like that, Cat? I'll get... Cat, you're going to get one of these anyway. It's slick, isn't it? These were done by Data Nerd and Kursala of Rainy River Designs. She did an absolutely fantastic job on this. Soiled paint water for that mug. What do you think it is I'm drinking? Does this look like coffee to you? That's paint water, man. I'm fortifying myself for the painting to come. Oh man, there's Machine God. Can we get a shout? Damn it, my mods are way too on top of this. I don't even get to say, can we get a shout out anymore. There's just shoutings out happening. And the thing that pisses me off the most about it is that they're always right. Like, they've never done one and have been like, oh, I didn't want to give that guy a shout out. Ooh, who was that? No, don't give that. Like right there. Oh no, Vergaderung, don't give. Yes, give Vergaderung a shout out. Vergaderung's a fucking great guy. Does some very entertaining streams. Has a couple really kick-ass 3D print sculpts that he's done up for a number of Battletech items, and does some of the coolest Dazzle camo painting I've ever seen. Speaking of which, how's that Borealis dropship coming over there, eh? Hey, ever got it wrong? Huh? I'm excited about that, man. I am. So, I do have very large hands, to be fair, Clan Wolf, but you may drink more coffee than I realize. It's a pretty big mug. I thought it actually looked smaller. It has a surprising amount of internal capacity. I like it. I like how the logo shows up on there and it has this sort of like little terracotta bare ceramic ring around the bottom. I think it's fairly classy. It is certainly a number of ounces greater than 0, Cat. Absolutely. I haven't measured it. I'm sure Data Nerd could tell somebody. 40k Epic Narrator, if you haven't seen Vergaderung's Dazzle Camo Battle Mechs, you should take a look at it. They are fucking amazing. So yeah, when we do our giveaway, we will have a number of these mugs, a number of these t-shirts. We're working on a couple other designs also at the moment. I don't know if they'll be in for the giveaway. I think it'll be these and the mugs. Courtesy of Rainy River Designs. And then, yeah, we'll have a couple of codes that you can use to download or purchase things from Steel Warrior Studios. Get your, Vergaderung, do you have an Instagram? If you do, I feel bad because I'm not following it. You should totally plug it, like, right now, man. Failing that, 40k Epic Narrator, you can go, if you're not you're in the Discord. If you go into our Discord, Vergaderung has an artist channel. You can find a lot of it in. Yeah, I know what you mean, Verg. Like, there's some things, some painting methods I can't do on stream. We have to be realistic. So who else is ready for Christmas to be over already? Am I alone on that front? Because it's like every minute that passes, I feel Mariah Carey's "All I Want for Christmas Is You" creeping closer and closer, like it's lurking just over my shoulder, sort of lingering in the shadows. And I'm gonna be standing in my bathroom, looking in my medicine cabinet, and I'm gonna shut the door, and it's just gonna be there. You know, just right behind me. Or like if you've seen The Haunting of Bly Manor, like that fucking the ghost with the glasses. Just every time I look in the mirror, oh, it's right behind me. I know that it's gonna drop down on my head just any day now. I'm not invoking it. I'm not invoking it by any stretch of the imagination. I am acknowledging that it's coming, and all of the horror that is appropriate for that. Hamburg Tack with the resub, 2 months in a row. I gotta do something new with these sub badges, you guys, because all they are my old logo in different colors. I'm gonna have to do something about that. I got Hootie over on Hootie Who Art right now working on some new emotes for us. Maybe I'll get him to do some new sub badges. That could be a good time. Hamburg Tack, thank you so much for that. The 2 months of subscription, man. It means the world. Mostly that you want to be here, you know, but then you want to be here and not have to watch commercials. Like, I totally get that. Plus, I mean, it's possible you're just subbing so that you can listen to Chaotic Harmony deliver his, What exactly is it that Chaotic Harmony does on this stream? I'm not entirely clear on it. Is it heckling? Is it like a peanut gallery? I mean, it's not really, because it's pre-recorded. Seal 6 operator says Christmas is the best holiday
Thunderhead
ever.
Studios, where the
I don't know
only
about
rule
that.
is
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
have fun, be safe, and above all,
Above all,
Don't show them to me.
don't
For the
show
love
me
of
your
God.
genitals. It's a fairly straightforward request. So here I've got printed, these are some of the new things you might have seen if you've been paying attention to my Instagram feed or Facebook or anything like that. The forward base that I've been working on. These are all prototype pieces, so they don't fit together quite the way the final ones will. But I'm really, really happy with this whole set. I'm hoping to have all the pieces of it printed in enough variations. I'll be able to do some demonstrations of this in the next few days, probably. It's exciting. It doesn't have magnets. I keep thinking like I could do magnets. It's possible. But do I want to have to listen to Cyber Knight declaring like, I told you so, man. I told you were going to put magnets and everything eventually. I mean, not yet at the very least. I'm going to continue to pretend that that's not inevitable for a little while longer. No genitals. Oh, fuck this place then. Well, it's going to be hard to do without genitals. 40K Epic Narrator, you see, I've thought of this already. It's the full circle. That doesn't make any sense. While true, Project Dark Fox, that's not specifically the reason that we have that
If
rule.
you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
And you know what's in that box? Is nothing but furry porn. That's the box you get to go in. Oh, Seahorse is back from watching why Hero Quest is so great. How you doing, Seahorse? That's a great video. I mean, honestly, guys, if you haven't checked out that video, why... It's the best thing about Hero Quest, or why Hero Quest is so great. It's really a hilarious YouTube video, and you should check it out. So, I fooled around a little bit more with my my Griffins. And I think I'm going to wind up going with this pseudo-cannon paint scheme on all of them. A couple of simple highlights down. A little bit of pseudo-NMM work on a couple of the gray metal parts to get it all together. And then I went ahead and hand-painted the numbers and the armor markings. And I think, I wanted to sit on this one for a couple of days, but I think I'm just going to go with this. I'm going to number them like 14, 15, 16, 17, I think. And just do the whole lance of 4 up like this in the true original Fang of the Sun Dugram colors. Because, damn it, they're Federal Sultic round facers, okay? The rest of them I have at a point where all I really need to do is the hand finishing work for the armor markings on them. What's up, Larabic? How you doing? It's good to see you, man. You think so? Every time I look at... Well, I mean, you guys know how it is. Every time I look at my stuff, I'm always like, all I can see are the imperfections. But yeah, this is all handwork. All of the armor markings and the numbers. I just did all this by hand the other night. The real trick, if you want to know how to do handwork like this, which honestly is nowhere near as straight as a lot of the stuff people do, the real trick, though, is don't be afraid to go back in and clean up your work after the fact. Always have your base color ready. Always, 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 always. Manage to not look like Christmas. Yeah. Anytime you're doing red and green, there's always a risk you're going to wind up painting something to look like a fucking Christmas elf. And man, do I ever feel you on that one, Larabic. I've done that one too many times. I've been like, man, red and green, they're contrasting, they're perfect. And I paint it, and I'm like, I painted it. It's an elf. Yeah, but strawberries would at least be delicious, cat. As opposed to just kind of depressing. What about genteel? Oh my god, come on. The furry porn box, please, no! Oh, thank you so much, 40K. I mean, and it's worth bearing in mind, if you've got that one, if it's from the 3rd edition box set, I think you would have had this version of it in almost exactly this pose. I did this pose as homage to that specific model. The one that had been the generic Griffin for so long. I don't know which box it would have been, but a number of people wound up with the Racine plastic Griffins. Did those ever go out? Was it just the Battle Masters? I don't know what I'm talking about, so I'm going to stop. I just realized I don't know which mini comes in which box, so I shouldn't go saying where they're coming from. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and replicate this paint job on the other 3 over the next few days. I'm going to put them on a desert base that give them a little bit of dust around the feet. Just the Battlemaster's 6th edition. Yeah, because I was like, wait a second. I remember they give out the original Battlemaster for a long time, and then the re-seen Battlemaster with the crazy chunky shoulders and the strangely narrow waist happened. Okay. Okay, the imperfections would not draw my eye on the table. They look solid in my opinion. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, it's great from average view distance. When I set it at arm's length, I'm like, yeah, it looks fantastic. And then I bring it up here because this is what we do to ourselves. We're like, I must examine is every brushstroke perfect? What's gonna happen? Am I gonna go to the friendly local game store with my mech and I'm gonna set them out and someone's gonna go, whoa, dude, nice mechs. Looks like your hand slipped there, though, so, you know, fuck you. Get the hell out of my store. You gotta shoot, wanna eat, and sleep. I can absolutely respect that. 40K Epic Narrator, you have a great night, man. I hope you had a fantastic stream. I'm gonna check out the VOD later. Again, guys, if you're not following 40K Epic Narrator and you enjoy at all classic Warhammer figures, or even if you're just nostalgic for the minis of the early 2000s and all the way through to the early 90s, go check this guy's channel out. He's a lot of fun. Really, really great stream. Good painter, doing a lot of fun projects. I strongly recommend you give him a follow.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
You don't want that. The BAP is not composed of furry porn, but it's not fun. Jab my mini in his... Now you know why I'm not welcoming so many FLGSs, cat. Asking about Kickstarter mech heights, the tallest one I have is 1 millimeter or 2 taller than the Battlemaster. So what I tested it against Vergaderung was... Where is he? Where's my Battlemaster? Shit, hang on. There he is. He was hiding amongst my Death Guard. The height that I actually tested it against Vergaderung was this Battlemaster here, where I have reduced the base width by about 1.5 millimeters, and I added about 4.5 millimeters onto the top by adding the grasshopper antenna. So this Battlemaster will fit inside the mech bays for the Borealis, and will also fit inside the new upcoming deployable mech bay for forward base Delta. So as long as none are, like, substantively taller than this Battlemaster, it should be just fine. I kind of figured, like, look, if you've got, like, an oversized Atlas or the biggest damn mech in the game, you might have to accept that it's not going to fit perfectly in all the game-compliant terrain. If there have to be some outliers, so be it. Ooh. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Will it fit I mean, no, probably not. Look, it's definitely designed for a certain range of mechs, all like average mech size. If you've got an oversized mech, maybe it won't perfectly fit. And you know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that's the case. I'm sorry if you get a Borealis and you're like, but what about my 10mm scaled Atlas Steiner meme squad? Well, you know, we can't always get what we want, but if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. I'm not gonna touch that one, Verg. We're not. I'm not playing that game. I just found a piece of hair in my mouth. That's disgusting. I hope it was mine. It probably is. I was just trimming my beard. Charming stuff. This is why people come to Thunderhead Studio. Let's talk about those times that we shaved and then we wound up eating our own hair, guys. Regale me with stories. Don't really. Let's not make that the conversation. That's awful. Get mech enhancement now. One little blue pill from Comstar. Clanners hate this one trick. Oh, the camera stopped working. Already with this.
Warning. Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
Alright, let me reset it. It's actually done that twice today, and I wish I knew why it happened, but it seems entirely random. We've gone 5-hour streams with it not happening once, and then, you know, like today, I've had it on for like an hour and it's happened twice.
Sexy streamers and sexy Solaris cheerleaders?
I do.
Well, Thunderhead's stream has some of those things, and more.
And more? That's so exciting, so exciting. There's WJ, good to see you, man. How are things? Kane's Wrath. That was actually really a very cool game. Could have been better. Not quite perfect, but pretty okay. Pretty okay. That's my very lukewarm opinion on that subject. Gonna go warm up some dinner. I'm gonna have fruit by the foot for dinner, I think. I'm just gonna sit here with a box of it and munch it down. I picked up a whole box of it at Costco the other day because I have no self-control. I have neither self-control nor dignity, apparently. Alright, so I gotta do some highlighting on this here Warhammer. We had at least one person inquire about me making some parts for the new Rifleman. Now, obviously, I don't have any of the mechs from Wave 1, but they're sending it to me contingent upon me making some modified arms for it. And I'm like, oh, what the hell, why not? Shouldn't take long, it's a small piece. And I'd like to make more mod parts for the new CGL mechs. They're good sculpts. I just think they need a bit more range in some cases. I wish that they... Well, you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to sit here and complain about what I wish model companies would do today. Even I'm getting sick of listening to myself do that. It's pointless. It's pointless. We vote with our wallets, and I've done that much. Oh, I should put a glove on. Just wipe paint on my hand. Oh, and I knocked over my camera. Good job, you. Really well done there. There we go. Eventually circle back to wishing that IWM stuff wasn't yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like, well, you guys have heard this rant before, you probably don't need to hear it again right now. And it always ends in the same place, and I can only circle back to the same place so many times before I'm like, man, what am I doing, man? What's the point of this? Let's try to be positive. A, adding a bit of warm white to my pink here. I really just want to do some kind of extreme highlights on this Warhammer, because I've got it in a dry brushed and wash state that I'm pretty happy with the overall coloration. I didn't do it hyper vivid or anything like that. I just wanted it to be dark enough while the detail still stands out for me to do some lightning bolts on it and have them look good. I think we're almost there. I've not had that much time to paint. Do extracurricular painting this last week. That griffin is about the only painting that I've done. Had a lot of design done this last week, and that's something. And then a lot of work around the property, but that always needs doing. Oh, hey, Seal 6 operator. Yeah, that's on the list. It won't take me long to do once I get to it. It's just a matter of getting to it. The additional weapons for the round facer. Keep an eye out, man. I wouldn't think it's going to be too terribly long before those happen. I'm looking to pop out the some more Dugram sculpts here in the near future, and I'll try to make part of the next release actually be those more show-accurate weapons. I can appreciate that people are interested in... Because when I made them, I was thinking, like, most people are just going to be interested in these for their connection to Battletech, but that there's anybody at all who's like, no, man, I want to print out a Sultic round facer. That's cool as shit, dude. I appreciate that. I'd like to make that easier on you. What are we all painting today, guys? Working on anything special? Any big projects? You know, other than Vergaderung, who's always, like, building the next damn big thing. Holy shit! That's 2 raids already tonight. You know, I've got a raid emote incoming here pretty soon, so we'll be able to deal with this a little bit better. Zara, how are things? Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome to Thunderhead Studio. Where we specialize in trying real hard not to feel like shit about our own creative endeavors. And most of the time we fail at it. Well, at least I do. I like to think some of y'all are feeling pretty good about the stuff you're working on these days. What were you up to today, Zara? I didn't have a chance to stop over. Or work on infantry for your 40k army. I don't know if I've seen your 40k army, Clan Wolf. Hearing you say that reminds me, I'm still so sad that I missed an opportunity to pick up the one and only set of metal miniature Votom's mecha that you've ever seen. That is kind of sad, isn't it? Painted a big purple dinosaur. Was it one in particular? I can only really think of one purple dinosaur, and yet I think to myself, there's no way that that's what that was. There's no way. That would be crazy. Haven't painted myself in a minute, but finished up my primer, getting my Kickstarter minis ready. I can see all the mold lines I missed. Yeah, lore friendly, if there is... people ask me sometimes, Thunderhead, how do you find all the mold lines? When you're cleaning them up, how do you find them? Because I keep missing them. Well, I'll tell you guys, the most surefire way to find the mold lines on your mini that you missed is to prime it. Primer makes them pop out like crazy. Just sort of accept that you're going to prime it, and then you're going to clean up, and then you might have to do another little spritz of primer. These things do happen. See, I didn't think it was, Zara. I did not think that it was. Did we get a shout-out, by the way, for Zara, she who paints, she who recently changed her name? It took me a second. Brass brush helps. It depends on the kind of plastic. Does that work really well, you found on PVC, Vergaderung? Tried to freehand the logo of the Jedi Knights on the shoulder pad of Obi-Wan, but somehow it looked like a strange lobster instead. Arathu, that's something I did recently, as a matter of fact. If you're looking for any tips or you have any issues with it, I'd be happy to give you the ones I'm able to. But I did that on both Obi-Wan and this Anakin that I have here. I think it came out decent. It's a tricky logo, and I know what you mean, like, just looking at it, like, yeah, that could totally come out looking like a lobster with its little claws all circled up like that. I think the trick is to cut the tail off the lobster. Meta creativity, if you're ever wondering what is on the 3D printer, you can always hit !STL and it'll give you at least a loose description. Right now what's on there are some prototype pieces for a set of files that I'm going to be releasing towards the end of the month for Battletech Terrain.
To Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Don't do it.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. This is for all you new people. Don't show me your junk, like ever. Please don't do that. That's... contrary to popular belief, that is not, in fact, what this stream is about. You know what the secret is, Arathu? And, I mean, you may already know this. And maybe you just haven't applied it enough. The real trick is cleanup. I mean, tiny brush, not necessarily tiny brush. Brush with a very, very fine point. Even large brushes can have fine points. But the real trick to getting this, honestly, is block out all the red broadly, and then come in and clean up with the white. Like, instead of trying to paint these individual little phoenix feathers out here in red, paint the whole thing in broad red, and then define the circle with white, and come in and do little cuts out of it in white. It's all, like, the last color that went down on this for me was white. Anytime I'm freehanding symbols, I'm always cleaning up with my base color as my final step. Hamburg Tag, thank you very much for the reminder. That is, That is a trick, Poser Ninja, if you're looking to get into oil painting. Personally, I've given it a shot, and while I intend to come back to it at some point, it really can't replace acrylics for me at this point. Yeah, so this is one I think is the funniest things about Star Wars Legion, Arathu, is that it is a game that is marketed towards essentially new wargamers and new painters as much as it is. But one of, like, the basic armies for both of the eras, if you want to play as clones or as the Empire, require you to paint smooth white armor, which is one of the more difficult things to paint, in my opinion. It's certainly not newbie friendly. It's counterintuitively difficult to paint. You would think it would be simple, and it's just not. Like, you can do a pretty simple job on it and have it look decent, but there's a trick to it. The biggest trick I always give people for painting white or black in anything, particularly armor, is don't use white or black. Again, counterintuitive. Ever tried Posca pens for white? Technically an acrylic paint pen. I have not. I've used black ink pens for panel lining in the past, but for the most part I try to brush everything. I'll bet it would work, though. If I were a betting man, which I sometimes are. That's good grammar. Hang on a second here. No, don't do that. That doesn't need to be open. Alright. Don's Virgo. Talking all the painting starters and Gundam models the same, for you have to learn, forget white and black. That is the truth. Telling you, I figured that's probably what you were trying to say. Yeah, it's, I mean, honestly, the best way I can express that to people is by saying, and really with all painting, one of the best ways that you can get better at it, in my opinion, is to just start looking at the world around you with a bit more of a critical eye for color. And ask yourself some honest questions, like, how many places am I seeing actual white and actual black? Like, how many places around you at any given time are you seeing white or black? Or are you seeing dark shades of colors that you're interpreting as black? And once you realize how rarely black actually, in fact, never. Black's not a thing. It doesn't exist in nature. Not really. Well, you know what? Somebody could probably come along and be like, well, technically, push their fucking glasses up their nose and prove me wrong, so I shouldn't make that claim. But I will say that it's so rare, you shouldn't worry about using it that much in painting except for, like, your deepest shadows or as a mixer to something to desaturate it. The wrist on my glove is black with highlight. It is not even, though. It's not actually even black. It's a gray color, ultimately. This is a gray, and it's kind of a little bit of a brown gray. It's the closest thing you're going to get to black for practical purposes. But even it wouldn't be well represented with, like, if you were painting this, I still don't think you'd use much black. You could for the deepest shadows. Now that's the other part of it, Poser Ninja. It's important to remember that when we're painting miniatures, we're not necessarily, like, I can say that. I can say, look around and you won't see any black, and that's great. But you're not necessarily trying to paint things photorealistically either. It's really just to kind of break you out of the habit of going right to black as a shadow color. I tend to not even use it for shadows anymore. I'd rather my shadows have some temperature to them. I just want to do these two arms first. See, yeah, there's Vergaderung. He pushed his glasses up his nose and he went, well, technically, black holes, but that's really just an absent. Arathu, we actually have... I picked that up, Poser Ninja. That's just fine. We got a lot of contrarians around here. If you're interested in sharing that with us, Arathu, I would love to see it. We do a bit at the end of every single stream called the Storm Report, where we actually take some time to go ahead and look at what you guys have been painting, what you're working on, what you need help with. And that would be the perfect place to share that. It's real easy to do. All you have to do is go over to the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go into the channel marked the Storm Report, and post up to 2 pictures that you would like us to take a look at the end of the stream, and I will do exactly that. And if you'd like critique, you can ask for it. If you would just like to show off, like, that's fine too. I just love to see what people are working on. We're a very community-oriented stream. Mostly because this is what keeps me sane throughout the year of 2020. When I'm not able to actually hang out with people down at the friendly local game store, this is the closest thing I get. Stormtroopers are tricky. I had the best luck I've had with Stormtroopers has been in the heavy use of blue in their shadows. I think this guy came out halfway decent, and he is almost entirely blue-grays. There's not much actual white in his armor. There are a couple of spots where I have brought it up to white, but for the most part, blue-grays and lots of shadow. I'm pretty happy with how this mini came out, actually getting to look at it in the camera. I should do some fresh photographs now that I've got my new camera. It's probably a good idea, right? Do I print mechs with FDM at all? So I have. When I got started with 3D printing Isocule, I started with the Ender 3, and then I moved a little time later to the Elegoo Mars for actual miniature printing. However, well, I used to have one in here that I kept for comparison, and now I don't. Damn it! Did I put it someplace else? I feel foolish. I thought I always kept one of my FDM mechs here to show off. No, I guess I didn't. Well, crap. Well, I was going to show you an FDM mech that I did. But I don't actually have it right next to me. Which, is it up there? No, it's not up there. Is it up there? No, it's not up there either. Well, I usually keep one real close by. I have done it. I've gotten some real good results out of it. I was gonna show it off because a lot of times people are like, well, you can't do minis in FDM and have it look good. Some mechs, honestly, you can with some good settings. I will tell you what, if you would like to see some mechs that I've done in FDM, you can go to my Instagram and scroll down until you find it'll be fairly close to the bottom. There is a picture of a company of First Free Worlds Guard battle mechs. Almost all of those. The ones that are not official CGL sculpts are FDM prints. The back of them winds up looking a little spaghetti-ish, but you know, not every surface is going to be perfect. You can get your front surfaces real nice and smooth, though. I will say that resin is definitely superior for printing minis, particularly if you want to do a real good job on painting them. How are you this evening? I'm doing pretty good, God a Myth. How are you? Feeling impatient after a single day. I wish I had my Trinity City started. Yeah, I saw you ordered some of that, huh? I'm excited for that to get out to you. Speaking of Trinity City, I might as well go ahead and mention one time that if we should hit 800 followers, which I believe at this point requires only one more follower, we are going to be doing a giveaway next... Oh, shit, there it is. Well... We're going to be doing a giveaway next time. We are going to be doing a giveaway on Thursday when we come back for some Dead Space 3. We're going to have a couple of Thunderhead Studio products, specifically this this snazzy t-shirt that I'm wearing here, as well as some of these groovy mugs for use in the drinking of tea, coffee, or as a paint water mug. And on top of that, for the top 4, because we're going to have 8 total drawings, for at least 4 of them, we're going to have some credit codes for Steel Warrior Studios that should be redeemable both in physical product and for STL download. So if you're looking to get some stuff from Steel Warrior, come out this Thursday. And I gotta talk to Alex to make sure that I know how much we're gonna have them for, but we're looking at like a couple of $50 ones and maybe like a $30 one. Hey, Datron Voltari, it's good to see you. There is Cannon Fodder 83, also a pleasure. And Kevin Kitsune, how are things, man? Yeah. You couldn't even let me finish my pitch. You couldn't be like, oh, let him talk about 800 followers. You had to just go and follow me. Gosh, meta creativity. What are you trying to do to me, man? Trying to be supportive? What's wrong with you? No, really, meta creativity. Thank you so much for that follow. By the way, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. Jahal. Very good to see you, sir. Okay, alright. You know what? I'll allow that excuse, meta creativity. You didn't do it on purpose. It was just sort of, ironic. I'm never gonna complain about... Never gonna honestly complain about people following me. This community has been a huge boon to my mental health all year. It's a great motivator. I would be here and I would be streaming if nobody was showing up, because this is just me trying to make sure that I continue getting my projects done in a reasonable period of time. But having y'all here to chat and to share and to see what you guys are working on has been a much more positive influence than even I expected it to be when I started doing this year. There have been times when I've been really kind of down in the dumps and not feeling like painting, but then going onto the Discord and seeing what you guys are working on has gotten me out of my funk long enough to start putting brush to plastic, and I'll tell you, a lot of the time that's all it takes. That's all it takes. Larabic, they are, aren't they? Honestly, hex bases fit in these things better than any of the round bases I've put in them. It's kind of crazy. See, that's why I like meta creativity. I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just saying your timing was little sus. Little sus. I need to grab something real quick. I'll be right back. And just like that, Cat wants more presents on Thursday. Oh, Cannon Fodder, it was your birthday? I hope you had a fantastic one. It sounds like you did. Yeah, no, those weren't presents. Those were caskets. Yeah, no, that she continues to insist their presence even after we've proven beyond any shadow of the doubt that those were human corpses is perhaps the most alarming thing about this. It's my understanding, Kat, that we're not even, like, I went ahead and looked. I was like, how many chapters are in this game and what chapter am I in? We're like halfway through the game. Dead Space 3 is longer than I took it for. For the antioxidants. Big game with a lot of content. I'm looking forward to it. I went ahead and bought the Dead Space 3 Awakened DLC. so we can dig through that. You know what? There's a game I started playing this over the weekend when I was just like, because you know I had a bit of a personal loss last week, and I've been kind of down in the dumps. So I was like, I need a game to play, something that's gonna tickle my nostalgia, you know. And Terminator Resistance went on sale, and I checked out the reviews, and based on the reviews, I went ahead and got it. I'm actually kind of surprised at how good that game is. It's not like an amazing game. The gameplay is actually pretty dated, but the storyline, the writing in it, and the way that it approaches the lore of the Terminator series, that is worth checking out. This is clearly a game that was written by some real fans of Terminator, and it shows in how Terminators are represented and how threatening they're made out to be, in the way that it starts you off kind of learning about the T-800 Model 101 series, the infiltrators with the cybernetic skin suits. It's really very, very neat, and I was thinking about maybe stopping playing it and streaming it after Dead Space 3. I'm not sure what I'm going to stream after Dead Space 3 when we eventually get through it. I was thinking either Control or maybe Terminator Resistance. I don't know. I'm probably going to put up a poll. Because I'm a streamer, you know? And streamers, we don't make decisions for ourselves. We capitulate to the will of the masses most of the time. Because we're just so damn desperate. Wait, that's not just me, is it? I hope that's not just me. Really, though. I've been meaning to get through Control. It's a fantastic game that I started once, but I didn't make it very far into before some shit happened, and I wasn't able to continue. Wife got me a Mandalorian. A Mandalorian coffee mug, a gaming mouse, and one of the games I play on constantly after playing for almost a year, I made admin. Unexpected and a nice touch to the day. Congratulations, Cannon Fodder. That's fucking fantastic, man. Ooh. Shakakimo. Wait, how should I... Is it Shak-Akimo? Is it Shakakimo? I don't know which one of those I want to... I'm going to call you Shaq.
Sexy streamers and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. I got it right. That's amazing. Shakakimo. Hell yeah, man. Thank you so much for that Prime sub. How you doing today? Hope you're having a good one. Cannon Fodder, I'm glad you had a good birthday, man. I'm glad that some people are out there celebrating and having a good time. Times is tough right now. I think 2020 is one of the most trying years for mental health I have ever experienced. And I was in the military, so I don't want to pretend that I know as much about some people in this world, but I do know a thing or two about trying circumstances for mental health over the long term. Shaka, when the walls fell. Oh, I can't remember the other name. It was like Sukhoth, his eyes uncovered, or I can't, damn it, I'm not a true Trekkie apparently, because I can't remember the names of the fucking Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra episode. God, what a poser I am. I'm talking about the one with his eyes uncovered, though. There were like 9 names in those stories they were telling. Oh, working from home. What you doing? Out of curiosity, what PC do you have? Starting to save up for my first desktop. I know I want to try streaming with it once I do. Lore friendly, I have a self-built tower. Oh, hell. I can't remember what my motherboard is offhand right now. I'm running a Ryzen 7 processor, and I am running a RTX 2060 Super GPU. You're going to want to look up what features are particularly helpful for streaming. Last time I did an upgrade on my tower, I was aiming it specifically for doing high poly rendering and modeling, because that's what I've been doing for most of this last year. If you're gonna get started streaming, I can recommend one thing to you, lore friendly. One big thing, okay? go to YouTube. Sokat, yeah, I feel like that's it, Sumitha. Go to YouTube, look up the channel Alpha Gaming, done by Harris Heller. Dig into his, like, how to start streaming, dig into all of his streaming videos, and just watch all of them. Watch even the ones you don't think necessarily apply to you. This man gives some of the absolute best advice, both on the technical side and in both. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say both because it's more than two. He gives great advice on the technical side of things as far as what equipment you need to stream, what you really need, what features are going to be the most helpful, and then he goes into a lot of stuff about, like, all right, so now think about what are you doing as a streamer? What are you bringing to the table that's special? What should you be focusing on? What should you be spending your money on? How seriously should you take it? Stuff like that. Even if you're not planning on, like, becoming a big-time streamer, just check out his content. I think it's going to help you a whole lot with organizing your stream and hitting the ground running. And really, I recommend that if there's anybody on this channel right now who's listening and you are a streamer, and it doesn't even matter if you think you know what you're talking about. If you are a streamer and you are not familiar with Harris Heller's Alpha Gaming channel on YouTube and the videos that he does, do yourself a favor and just check out a couple of them. I think you will find them helpful. He has helped me immensely. That's also true, Cat. Yeah, he does some really great reviews where he'll take, like, non-name brand cameras and name brand cameras and compare what they're capable of doing. And he really goes into, like, okay, this product says it's designed for streamers, but should you really be buying it? And in some cases, the answer is yes. He always, in my experience, he's always given honest answers on everything. He has a fantastic channel. Yeah. No, it would be, dude, lore friendly. That would be fucking fantastic to see you pick up streaming, man. Honestly, guys, let me tell you, if you're thinking about streaming, there's no reason not to give it a try. There's really no reason at all. Arathu, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. But really, if there's any part of you that thinks, like, maybe I would enjoy streaming, I'll tell you what, just try it. Get some baseline stuff. Get yourself a cheap USB microphone. Get it. You know what you should do? Oh, I just unfocused. Pick up, like, a cheap USB microphone and like a Logitech C310 to C920 camera on Amazon. Try streaming, and then if you don't like it, return it inside of 30 days. Like, you have that window. But give it a shot. Because there's no way to know if you're going to like it or not until you push go live that first time. And your first time is probably going to be, like, flustered and I don't know what I'm doing, my camera's not pointing right. Like, honestly, go back and watch. Wait, is my first stream still available? Maybe it isn't. Maybe I didn't make it available. It's awful. It was so bad. just really terrible. But, you know, everybody goes through those growing pains. But seriously, try it. Because maybe, like me, you will discover that it does wonders for your motivation and for your mental health. And if that's the case, keep going, baby. Keep going. From the west coast of Norway. Don't need to chase storms, they seem to find me often enough. Ooh. Yeah, I'll bet you get some interesting weather up there. Greetings from the middle of the North American continent. I'm, like, really smack dab in the middle of this stupid thing. Definitely want to. It'll just be a while to build up the funds for the PC, and the toaster I'm watching the stream on probably wouldn't do great. I think more important than anything, particularly, here's the thing, lore friendly. It depends on what you're planning to stream. Because if you're planning to stream painting, what you need are good cameras and a good internet connection. Those are the two most important things. Your PC's not going to have to actually do that much work if you're just streaming camera content. Now, if you're streaming, you know, games, yeah, you're going to want a pretty solid GPU and probably a good amount of memory. But if you're just doing painting, as long as you have a good internet connection, you should be able to get away with a mid-range PC and a couple of cameras. And I mean, like, you don't even need a nice camera. I have a very nice camera here now because this stream, I came to this stream and I said, I want a nice camera, and y'all just, you got it for me through your donations. And I'm giving it back to you now in the form of, this is the camera that I use for streaming. You don't need this. My face cam right here is a Logitech C920. This camera, maybe $50 to $80 most of the time. Admittedly, it's been tricky in 2020 because price gouging has been such a thing. But that camera's more than adequate for paint streaming. A lot of much bigger streamers than I am use the C920 as their primary camera. Though I print mechs on an Ender 3, Shikakimo. I have. I don't anymore, because I have an Elegoo Mars for resin printing that I use. But I have. It can be done. You're not going to get as nice of results as you're going to get out of a resin printer, obviously, but I think that probably goes without saying. But you can get some nice ones. And like I said, normally I keep at least one over here that I printed on the Ender 3 to show. But I haven't done that. I must have taken it back out to my game room, which was stupid. But if you'd like to see some mechs that were printed on the Ender 3 that have been painted up, you can go to my Instagram, scroll down until you see the first Free Worlds Guard company that was posted, which you'll recognize them because they have like a gray and purple paint scheme. Those are all FDM. Those were all done on the Ender 3. Shortly after that, I got the Elegoo Mars, and I never looked back. That's the thing. The resin printer is going to yield better results. I think that everybody expects that, but that does not mean that you can't get pretty damn good results out of an Ender 3. I'll tell you one other thing that's really good about FDM printed mechs. Man, they are durable. You're going to have minis that you can, like, step on, and they're going to hurt you vastly more than you're going to hurt them. Lighting. Yes, Sumatha. Lighting. Abso-freaking-lutely. You want anything that you're painting, if you're doing paint streaming, you want to blast with light. More light than you think you want. Enough light that... This is something you're going to have to get used to also if you want to do streaming. Like, honestly, be prepared to have light blasted in your damn face all the time, because that's the only way that you're going to get a good picture. When I'm over doing my gaming stream, like, I have key lights now. A key light. You can only have one main key light, and then I've got a backup light, and it's like I'm sitting over there and everything looks just fine, but I'm having my eyeballs assaulted with lights the whole time. But it's either that or don't see my face. Single desk lamp with an incandescent. Look into getting some LEDs. If you... Well, I don't know if you do 3D printing. I 3D print so many of my own accessories. My whole light arch here is 3D printed, then I wired up my own LEDs in it. Hey, Arrow404 Dave Not Found resubbed. Thank you so much for that. Hello all. What's going on, Arrow4? Error words is tough to say. Error404. What? How you doing? How are things? Is that a name change, Error404? I feel like you changed your name. I can't prove it. And now I'm doubting myself now that I go and click on your channel. There we go, Dave's Mini. Yeah, I was like, that seems like that was Dave's Mini art, wasn't it? Okay. How you doing, man? How are things? Thank you so much for that resub. It means the absolute world. Hope you enjoy those Chaotic Harmony voice clips you can use. I gotta get some more. I gotta get some better sub badges, guys. I really do. Dave's not here, man. All work and no play makes Dave a dull boy. How are things, man? How's the Marvel Crisis Protocol painting coming? I need to do some more of that this week. I'm getting behind. I'm getting behind from where I was already behind. I'm getting behinder. Is that a word? Can you just throw ER onto the end of behind and make it behinder? It'd probably be further behind, wouldn't it? Yeah, but you know. Proper English is for nerds, conceivably. I'll tell you one of the hardest things to get used to, if you have an active chat as a paint streamer, is if you continually pay attention to chat, you're going to do what you've seen me do a number of times here today, where I load up some paint, I go to paint, I go, let me look up at chat and see what's going on. I start replying to things, I look down a minute later, and I'm like, oh, it's all dried. It's a stupid problem to have, but it's a very real one. See, that's just it, Rio. Like, streaming's not for everyone. I didn't know if it was going to be for me or not. I think those of you who were here at the beginning of the year remember me saying a few times, like, we'll see if we do that. Like, I'm going to try a few streams. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if I keep going. I reserve the right to stop streaming at any time, kind of a thing. And I gotta say, I love it. I don't love it every single day. There are days that I don't feel like streaming, you know, but what's weird is for me, and I'm sure some other people who stream can identify with this as well, there are times when I don't feel like going on, where I'll just be like, fuck, I'm going on anyway. We're doing it. Said I was going to stream, I'm going to stream. And then I go on and I do it, and by the time I get to the end of the stream, I'm feeling so much better than I was. I thrive on the community involvement. I thrive on chat. I thrive on y'all's excitement. I thrive on your creativity. I'm like a creativity vampire. And you are my Mina Harker. Mina was a Harker, right? She was related to Jonathan, wasn't she? Wait. She married Jonathan. That's why her name was Hart. Wow. Literature failure. Like Colin Robinson. See, there you go. Oh, thank you so much, Dave. Yeah, everybody... I'm starting to think people are here more for my voice than they are for the painting that I'm doing, which I wouldn't blame them, because half the time I'm barely getting anything done here. People mention it a lot, though. Maybe I should have gone into broadcasting. I'd probably make more money. To be more confident, I need to start drinking scotch and chain smoking. That'll also give you a certain archetype of voice that people seem to really enjoy, the whiskey-soaked, gravelly voice. Of course, it'll also cause you extreme physical pain. Hey, Dr. Rhino! How you doing, man? I saw you in chat just a minute ago. I'm sorry I didn't say hi. How are things? Have we gotten a shout-out for Dr. Rhino yet? Because if we haven't, we really should. 99 bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint. More than that, actually, now. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall. I think we're up to 143 bottles of paint on the wall right now. Stop it, Rio. Your voice is fine. You don't have to destroy it. Epic Duck Studios with the follow. Welcome to the stream. Wait, Epic Duck Studios. I know you. Don't I? I'm not in your chat a whole lot, but I've been over to your stream a couple of times. Yeah, what's up, Epic Duck? How are things? We should absolutely get a shout out for Epic Duck Studios. Guys, there are so many paint streamers right now. Like, I'm sure you guys can sympathize. It is hard. It is hard to keep up, but there are a couple names that really tend to stand out, and Epic Duck Studios is one of those. I'm going to try to bust through these highlights a little bit quicker because I keep getting waylaid. Thank you so much for that follow, man. It's great to see you. How are you doing today? What are you working on? Were you streaming earlier? Just got back to my PC after like 6 hours away. I guess I raid trained into here. Yeah, we got a couple of raids early on. It would have either been from 40k Epic Narrator or from Zara, who used to be Zara Gaming but recently changed her name, and I don't remember what she changed it to because I only saw it for the first time today. But I'm glad that you like... See, raiding is a funny thing, and I'll talk about that for a second because we've been talking about streaming. What everybody says when you get started streaming, and there's you know, it's the common wisdom, network, and they're not wrong. Networking is absolutely essential, particularly in a community like miniature painting. It's good to get to know the other people who are doing paint streaming. it's good to go ahead and get involved in their channels. I mostly do it because I genuinely enjoy seeing what you guys are working on at any given time. But people sell it as if that's just how you're going to get followers, and that's not something I recommend. And I mention this because Epic Duck Studios just followed me thanks to a raid. That's honestly fairly uncommon. Raiding has not really yielded me the best visibility, and this is all just kind of in my experience. I have much greater visibility through promoting on, interestingly enough, platforms outside of Twitch. Streamed some Warcry painting 1 to 4 p.m. today after playing some Bot War earlier in the day. It's been a good day. Well, it sounds like it's been a productive one. Very nice. If you felt like sharing any of your work, I'd love to see it, Epic Duck Studios. If you haven't been over here before, we do a bit at the end of every single stream known as the Storm Report, where we take a look at what everybody in the community has been painting and what y'all feel like sharing. It's real easy to participate in. All you have to do is go into the Thunderhead Studio Discord.
To Thunderhead Studios.
And pay attention
where the
to
only
the rules.
rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. And just don't make it your
have
junk.
fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Just don't do it. I want you to go into the Thunderhead Studio Discord. I want you to go to the channel marked The Storm Report, and I want you to post up to 2 pictures of some creative shit you've been working on. I just don't want those pictures to be of your cash and prizes. That's really all. That's my only request. And I have to make it because we're on the internet, and because when I'm like, hey, internet, show me pictures of something, 90% of the time it's going to be somebody's dick. So let's not do that. Let's not. We get plenty of that around here as it is. Well, the reason... I'm sorry, I got a little sidetracked. The reason that I mentioned the not getting that many followers or engagement through raids is that I would say today, with the 2 early raids on into the stream, and then with you, Arathu, and Epic Duck Studios, this is some of the most engagement that I've gotten out of raids in months. The reason that I really mention it is just for anybody who might be considering starting streaming. My true advice to you would be, yes, do networking. Absolutely do networking, but much more important than networking, get yourself on YouTube, get yourself on Instagram, and get yourself on Facebook, and engage people through there. It was amusing to discover you were active on the Colorado Battletech Facebook that you originally co-founded. Oh, no shit. I didn't realize that you co-founded that, Sumitha. I know how that goes. Keep asking people to like my Facebook, but Facebook is kind of dying, I think. Facebook is not great for engagement anymore, like, at all. I think a lot of people are really sick of Facebook, particularly after this year. Facebook is great for engaging with, like, my racist aunts and uncles. Like, that's the best way to keep in touch with them. Epic Duck Studios. Raids tend to be either absolutely fantastic or a complete flop. I'll sometimes have a raid land and it just revitalizes my chat and generates a dozen followers. Other raids somehow just come in and say nothing at all. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Sometimes raids are sort of like what happened to you, Epic Duck, where it's like you're in somebody's chat and you leave to go do something else, and by the time you come back, the stream is ended and you just got raided, you know, once, twice, 3 times. Not even sure where you are. I value raids from small streamers. I value raids from people like 40k Epic Narrator, who raided us today, like from Zara Gaming. I'm sorry, I'll learn your new name, I apologize, who raided us earlier today. I value those raids so much more than the off chance of a raid from one of the big name streamers. The communities tend to be much more engaged. They tend to come back much more often. And they tend to participate in our little, like, in the Storm Report and such much more often. But Epic Duck, really, thank you so much for the follow, and thank you for being here. Thank you for sticking around after the raid. Yeah, that'll do. Facebook is, in fact, a dumpster fire, and I think that that's probably unkind dumpster fires. Discord only puts your pictures in as... Oh, that's probably... Are you doing it through, like, Instagram links? I think I should be able to still pull those up. It is, because we're using Discord, it is better if you just post the actual image file. We might have to streamline that at some point here in the near future. Zara, She Who Paints. Yeah, I think you're right, Meta Creativity. That's the new name. Today's the first time I saw it. I'll have to get used to that. I've been doing that more and more, Epic Duck, is just using the Messenger app and, like, the Page Manager app, and just, like my personal Facebook is basically dead. I don't know what the hell I would want to post there anyway. I pretty much just use it for business engagement at this point. Tried, but it just puts in links. That shouldn't be happening, Dave. If you're posting like a JPEG or a PNG or something, it should just go ahead and put the actual file into the chat. I'm not sure what's going on there. Don't need to faff around with his feet too much more. I'm going to cover them in dust anyway. Let's try to move up the leg. I'm getting distracted. Oh, nope, that was bad. That was a whoopsie. That's what I get for not using the edge of the brush as much as I should. Thankfully, it's thin enough that won't make much difference. Let that dry. Mainly just use Facebook to post my art and see other art. Yeah, and I mean, I do that. I think Instagram is better for that than Facebook is anymore, Rodan. Like, I still do it on Facebook, but I get way more engagement through Instagram. Oh yeah, if I was not clear about that, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Dave, is have the actual file on your PC and upload from there directly into the Discord chat. That's going to be your best bet, Dave. If you'd like to go ahead and post some links to your Instagram or even to your Twitch in the Shameless Self-Promotion channel or over in Showcase, that is absolutely welcome. We got a shout out for Dave's mini art, didn't we? If we didn't, we really should have at least one. Good guy, great streamer, painting some pretty interesting stuff over there. Did one of my favorite Venom mods for Marvel Crisis Protocol that you really just kind of have to see. Like, me telling you about it would be funny, but it's much funnier if you go look it up. Thank you for that shout out, Dark Fox. Hey, there's Iberben. Still like Facebook in spite of its issues. I can't quit it. But I'm sure hoping a whole bunch of the dumpster fires is about to exodus. And yeah. I don't want to get into that subject, Iberben, but I agree. It doesn't. Don't do it in Jell-O. Just make the entire meal like that cranberry gelatin. That's like one of the only gelatins I can stand. Though admittedly, I prefer a nice fresh cranberry sauce to that. Yeah, the Venom really did kind of blow my mind a little bit, Dave. I'm not gonna lie, that was really something. Yeah, Rio, see, we're kind of nailing all the usual excuses, all the usual problems where it's like, well, I can't ditch Facebook because XYZ. It's the only way you can keep in touch with certain members of your family. It's the only way you can keep in touch with old buddies from your military days. It's the only way you can get, like, yeah, I feel you on all of those. I hope that something comes along to truly replace that function, because overall, as a platform, it's not very good. And it's decreasingly good for, it used to be really good for artist engagement. For hosting your own community, for bringing people together, it was good for that. But most of the people that you want to engage in that way have moved on to other platforms now. At least it seems that way to me. Maybe I'm just not very popular. Maybe the problem isn't Facebook. Maybe the problem is me. Oh, that's crazy. Iberben likes Facebook because he's old. If not, like, temporally, I think emotionally. You'd know what I mean if you met him. He has this old man vibe about him that's just like, oh, hard to get rid of. Iberben, thank you for being here. I miss you, man. I miss you. I miss the whole crew from down there. Alright, coming down this arm. Already did the weapon, so that's good. Hell yeah, Epic. Dude, I love Scandroid. I discovered Scandroid, like, after being aware of Cell Dweller for a long time, but not really being that into it. I discovered Scandroid maybe about a year and a half ago, and at first, I don't know if I didn't like it, or if I was just too pretentious to let myself enjoy it. I feel like the second of those might be more accurate. Because, like, I listened to it, and I was like, I don't know, this isn't the kind of synth that I like, you know. I'm into darker stuff. I'm into more serious stuff. And then as it kept coming up on my stations, because I'd be like, I want to listen to, you know, stuff that's similar to Carpenter Brute. I want to listen to stuff that's similar to Dance with the Dead. I want to listen to stuff that's similar to Hollywood Burns. It would always insert Scandroid, so I'd end up listening to it. And over time, Scandroid became just one of my favorite bands. I use the term band loosely, because apparently it is pretty much just the one guy from Cell Dweller. But now, I really quite enjoy most of what Scandroid does. It's very cheesy. His music is very, very cheesy. And it's probably why I like it at this point, honestly. Because me, I'm a bit of a cheese factory. So we hit 800 followers today, earlier on in the stream. I'll go ahead and remind people what that means. With 800 followers, we are going to be doing a giveaway. On our next stream this upcoming Thursday, when we're playing Dead Space 3, we're going to be giving away some of these pretty sweet Thunderhead Studio t-shirts, as well as a couple of the Thunderhead Studio mugs, which you can use for coffee, tea, paint, water, whatever floats your boat, in addition to some redeemable credit to use at Steel Warrior Studios, who is the official distributor for all current Thunderhead Studio products. Now, if you're wondering what sort of products we produce, it's almost exclusively Battletech related terrain. So if you're interested in getting some of that, or if you're interested in a little bit of this swag we got going on over here, then absolutely come out on Thursday. We'll be doing a drawing for that. Lunchbox 7979 with the sub coming in. Thank you so much for being here, Lunchbox. Mugs and shirts, right? Who doesn't love mugs and shirts? That's just a good time, right? That's just good, clean fun right there. Lunchbox, how you doing, man? And we got a number of new people in chat today, so I'm going to go ahead and mention one more time. We do a bit at the end of every stream called the Storm Report, which I'm going to do like a little 30-second or like 20-second video, so I can just come over here and push a button on my stream deck and play this and stop having to plug it constantly. But we do a bit at the end of every stream called the Storm Report, where we're going to take some time and we're going to look at pictures that you, the audience, the community, have decided to share. You can ask for critique if you're maybe on a painting project and not sure how to continue or what might improve it. You can just show stuff off. I think it's really, really helpful. Oh my god. That was awful. That was the worst Glorb I've ever done. That was just right there. Let me fix that. My hand slipped.
You know,
really
I
anything.
suppose
If you just
could
want to show
go
off, that's
ahead and
fine.
Lord that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Trying to get outside the lines, as the case may be. I think it's good for anyone who is artistically interested, anybody who's painting minis and genuinely trying to improve. I would strongly encourage you to share your work, even if you're not intending to, like, you know, become some kind of big painting celebrity or yeah, blah, 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 anything like that. It's just good for you to get an outside perspective on your work. Get some constructive criticism. That's the only way that we really grow, and we can absolutely provide that here on the Storm Report if you're interested in participating. If you have anything creative you'd like to share with us, it doesn't have to be painted minis. We have people who do woodworking. We've had people who do cross-stitching. We've got people who do all kinds of things. I firmly believe that to be a creative, you need to consume a certain amount of creativity, and that is where I get a lot of my inspiration, is from you guys, and I love seeing what you're working on, particularly if it's something you've been working on during the stream. If you're interested in participating in that, if you'd like to share something with us, it's real easy to do. All you gotta do is jump over to the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go into the channel marked The Storm Report, and post up to 2 pictures, and we'll take a look at them a little bit later on the stream, and give you some feedback if that's what you're interested in. You can go ahead and mark on there too. Be like, I would like some CNC, and I'll give it to you. Or I just wanted to show this off, and I'll take a look. It doesn't even have to be something you did recently. Go ahead, go on in there, and just post the favorite mini of yours that you've ever painted. I'd love to see it. Post the first mini you ever painted. I'd love to see that too. It's good to know where we came from, you know? The Storm Report has been one of the most popular bits, I mean, admittedly, one of the only bits that we do here on the stream. But it has become remarkably popular, and I really, really enjoy doing it. I love seeing what you guys have been working on. I love seeing what your creative energies have produced, particularly while I'm sitting here struggling through my own. I think that we've grown together a lot as painters and as a community as a result. Oops. Oopsie daisy. Oh, I didn't turn that off. Whoops. It shouldn't be doing that. Hang on. Nope, we're not multi-streaming. Ignore that. That's not a thing. I already fixed it. It won't do that again. Oh, why thank you. Why thank you, Kursala. Kursala might recognize this one. Our t-shirts and mugs, in fact, come from Rainy River Designs, which would be done by our very own Kursala and Data Nerd. Really, really nice stuff. I'm digging this t-shirt. It just looks classy, you know, which is amazing for me. Like that doesn't work on me. What's up, SSP Nick? How you doing? I think you probably want to do lowercase. I don't know if it recognizes uppercase like that. But if you're curious, that is a piece of hex terrain up there, a prototype for an upcoming release that is printing out. Oh, thank you, Dr. Rhino. I appreciate that, man. Storm Report reminds me of the old SNL Quiet Storm skit. Wait, do I remember those? That might have been before my time. This is the regular one. There's another that they did that has the print on the arm as well, which is a bit of a pain to do. I like this one better, the non-stretchy material. Probably because the stretchy material one makes me feel like I'm a sausage. You know, like in a skin. Yeah. These are the perils of being fat, guys. You know, it might, SSP Nick, you might have just got caught up in the delay. It's got a delay on it because a number of times people have hit it all at once and it's responded a bunch of times. What's up, Avash55? How you doing today, man? Almost all the bot commands are on a cooldown for that reason. It's Streamlabs chatbot cat. I'm doing pretty good, Avash. I'm doing pretty good. You know, I've had better days, you know, but I've also had significantly worse days, and today in particular, I just feel like focusing on the positive. So I'm going to go ahead and say that I've had a pretty good day, and I'm glad to hear that you've been having a good one too, my friend. Tweeting for the first time in a long time. 195, the first time under 200 is congratulations, Dr. Rhino. Honest and heartfelt congratulations, because I think the last time I weighed under 200 pounds, I was like 15, maybe. Oh, it's been a long, strange road. Oh, I'm glad you got to see it then, SSP. Yeah, I'm sorry, but the chatbot commands are always a little kludgy around here. I am, in fact, a professional streamer, and as a result, I have to go ahead and manufacture some ways in which the stream won't perform, ideally, because it's one of those things, it's like if you cheat on a test, you always want to go for like 80%. You don't want to go for 100%, because people are going to suspect that, you know? If I had a perfect stream, people would... You know, it's like The Matrix. The way Agent Smith was explaining in the first Matrix movie, the first Matrix was designed to be a perfect human world where none suffered, where everyone would be happy. But it was like some kind of dream that your primitive cerebrum kept trying to wake up from. It's the same thing, guys. If the stream were perfect, you wouldn't believe it. It wouldn't mesh with your monkey brain. You'd be like, nah, there's something wrong here. So to maintain the perfect balance, I manufacture audio failures and general stupidity. So that you're like, no, actually I do. I believe this is a real person. Because my secret, I'm not a real person, like at all. Did literally anybody buy that? Even one person? Thought maybe if I sold it well enough. Running a CBT campaign for a friend today. I'm running clan mechs, and it didn't end up well for him. I am glad to hear that. Both that you're running a campaign and that the clanners suffered in it. That's always an exciting day for me. Down with the clans. Bunch of star furries. No. I shouldn't use furry as a pejorative. That's not very nice, is it? I'm sorry. That's not really why I dislike them anyway. It's just a really, really easy thing to pick on.
There's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
As if they're not an integral part of the entire Battletech lore. Monkey with a paintbrush. Negative, I am a meat popsicle. Yeah, Data Nerd. It's a lovely looking t-shirt. This one actually fits really well, now that I've worn it a little bit. And the mug is also very, very nice. We're going to be doing a giveaway of some of these on our very next stream because we went ahead and hit 800 followers here tonight. This very one here, Kursala. I was drinking coffee out of this at the beginning of the stream. It's really a very nice looking mug. I like this with the red on the bottom. Alright, let's keep going here. Keep getting distracted. I'm very easily distracted. Where can I buy those mugs, Roland? We'll go ahead and have that information up for you here in the near future. They're going to be purchased through Rainy River Designs. But yeah, this upcoming stream on Thursday where we're playing Dead Space 3, we'll be giving away some of the mugs, be giving away some of the t-shirts, and also be giving away a number of store credit codes for Steel Warrior Studios. So if you're interested in picking up any Thunderhead Studio Battletech terrain, or really anything on that site, they're going to be general use codes. So if you just want to pick up like some mechs from Strato, or some STLs from another producer, if you want to pick up Vergaderung's amazing Hex River, something like that, the code should be good for that. So make sure you come out on Thursday and get in on that. Gotta bounce. Enjoy the stream, Lore Friendly. Thank you so much for being here, man. It's good to see you after a while. Glad to have you back. Hope to see you again soon, my friend. Hey, what's up, Aeon Drummond? I'm working on your mech right now. I was doing a last round of purple highlights. I'm going to do some blue highlights, and then we can go ahead and do the lightning bolts that I've just been putting off and putting off and putting off. But I am happy with this for the final purple color, I think. I always want to do plenty of highlighting on this model just because I really love all the details of this Warhammer. I like them to stand out. Yes, that is absolutely the truth on the first dibs. I wanted the first ones to come to me so that I could make sure everything was up to snuff. But I will say that these t-shirts that Data Nerd has done are fantastic. The print quality is excellent. The mug came out very, very nice. Both of them did. I'm going to try a couple of styles on the mug. I wound up liking the one with the red bottom a little bit more. Alright, I'm going to call that good on the purple. Let's do a little bit of work on our blue-gray. Warble, warble, warble. Ended up having him and his 7 mechs getting captured by forcing his mechs to shut down by way of fire. Oh, that's cruel. Of course, with the clan mechs, there's a very small chance of them cooking off and exploding properly. But with enough heat, you can even make them sit down and shut up for a few minutes. Are you playing the Chaos campaign rules, Avash? Wait, I need a little medium here. Custom. Okay. You're doing more of a narrative, less of a competitive. I mean, the fact that you had him get captured, I think, kind of answers that question already. I feel like that's where Battletech shines as a game, is in a more narrative setting, because the actual game system for classic Battletech, you can modify it to make it more fair, more competitive, more crunchy, but it's kind of like a random bullshit simulator along a lot of the time. You can have small mechs that get hit over and over all game, spreading the damage around, and for whatever reason never going down. You can have giant mechs that take the first hit of the game across the board and, you know, lose their primary weapon or get their fusion core cracked open. That happened to me when we did the Eridani Light Horse invasion of Huntress, killing the Smoke Jags at a narrative game at a local convention earlier this year before, you know, the apocalypse happened. And, yeah, one of this sculpt of Warhammer. Do I have it here? I don't. One of this sculpt of Warhammer, first thing that happened was a Mad Cat popped it from across the board and completely knocked out one of its large pulse lasers and then put a crack in its core. It was ridiculous. Yeah, I agree, Shaka. It's Shakakimo. It benefits from, like, there are a lot of war games out there people treat as, you know, well, it's a competitive set, so you just build your lists and you go in with, like, a match, or a balanced match, and it'll be fun for everybody. Battletech is, you gotta, the other person playing the game with you has to be playing for the same reasons that you are. Otherwise, it's just not gonna work out. There needs to be a mutual understanding of what's fun and what is not. I don't want to call 40K balanced, that's not what I'm saying when I say this, but like that's a good example of a game that is, at least in theory, designed so you can, okay, here's the point number we're playing to, build a force, let's draw one of these random missions, and play. And it's gonna play reasonably well. Battletech, not so much, like at all. Holy hell, we have Ramius coming in. Hey, what's up, Ramius? Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. Could we get a shout out for Ramius? An excellent paint. This is the Ramius I'm thinking of. Let me make sure. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. That's the Ramius I'm thinking of. Thank you so much for that follow, man. Definitely get that shout out there. Guys, if you're not following Ramius and you enjoy paint streaming, go give that man a follow. You have nothing to lose. Worst case scenario, you check out his next stream and you go, I don't know about this. At the end of the day, you know, everybody's richer for having been exposed to more things. Not that I'm trying to expose Ramius to you or expose you to... You know what? I'm just going to quit that. I'm going to quit that whole line of thought while I'm ahead. How about that? Let's do that. How you doing today, Ramius?
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
This can be witnessed in real time. I love purple as a color. I really, really do. It's one of my personal favorites. The ranges of purple that you can really get into are always exciting to me. And the Stormchaser mechs have been a chance to really explore a lot of different shades that I haven't worked with as much, and focus a lot of my painting time on working up the very best magenta, which I haven't really succeeded at yet. I'm not totally happy with it, but I do like how the purple on this particular Warhammer has come out so far. I'm glad you do too, Ramius. You know, I feel like that's... CL6 operator, that's my policy towards just all wargaming at this point. Like, I used to get into the hyper-competitive scene, and if that's what you're looking for, like, you know, go find those people, that's great. These days, I'm just not. I want people who know how to have fun, you know? Or, that's not fair. That's not fair to say about the competitive gaming scene, because those guys have fun. It's just that their definition of fun is maybe a little bit different. Some people, and I can totally appreciate having a really, really good time in a tight competitive game. That's what I got out of Rune Wars when it was out. I have never seen Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, White Wolf. Had him with 7 mechs facing down a green force of Comguard consisting of 6 Manticores and 2 heavily armored warriors, with 2 lances oncoming in later terms. And the clan got stomped, huh? Damn. I did not White Wolf, I'm sorry. Chat's moving fairly quickly tonight. I apologize if I don't see a comment that you would like me to. That's my excuse. If there's one thing I've got, guys, it is plenty of excuses ready to go for every possible scenario in which I fuck something up. If I could give, if I'm giving streaming advice like I was earlier, that's another good one. Always have an excuse ready. Always have an excuse ready. They say write yourself a list of topics to talk about while you stream, and yeah, you should do that. Also, write yourself a list of excuses to give. For just, you know, whatever pops up. I almost watched How to Train Your Dragon last night. I didn't actually get to it. I got a little sidetracked. But I'm thinking about it more, so it might actually happen at some point in the near future. I need to watch both movies. Oh my god. Play competitive Age of Sigmar, and I can promise that I find it fun, but at the same time I can see how other people just find it so... And see, this is the ultimate truth of wargaming Arathu. And I said this earlier, but really it doesn't apply to 40k so much as it just applies to all wargaming. Is just find yourself someone who's playing for the same reasons that you're playing. That is way, way more important than almost anything else. If you're looking to have a competitive game, find yourself a player that you like who is into competitive gaming. Thank you very much for that, by the way, Kat. I do need to kind of straighten I got a new chair on the way. That's going to help with this. Some of the best games I've ever had were with Play and Win, who's in this chat sometimes. And when we played Rune Wars, the miniatures game, we were very competitive. Very, very competitive. But it was always... He was the right person to be competitive with. Because it's not just being competitive. I've gone to high-level competitive games and just had a miserable time, even though the person across from me was a very competent player, just because we didn't get along all that well. But with him, it was always like the moves came down to a true matching of the wits. We enjoyed it when one person would come up with a move the other one didn't see, and just completely turn the tables. The usual frustration of what I'm trying to do isn't working was utterly subverted by the feeling of like, wow, you really got one over on me. And we played often enough and we kept going that, I mean, our games became like, we'd spend a lot of time between turns when you're supposed to set your unit dials, just staring at each other. And someone would set a dial and then put it down and then look up at the other person for a minute. Give them the Larry David, you know, then go back and maybe change the dial and then set it down again. Like, it got fucking crazy. I literally had games with him where I would pick up one of my unit dials, I'd fiddle with it as if I was changing it, I'd put it back on exactly the same place, and then I'd set it down again, and I did it just to get into his head. And I'm not gonna lie, it worked once or twice. What's up, man, Rofasol? Good to see you. Comstar was outed during the meeting with Wolf's Dragoons. New SLDF was reformed, and they fought the... Oh my god, this is like it's a wild world you're talking about there, Clan Wolf. Yeah, that was hard for everybody, Shikakimo. That was, now I forgot. You said I said it right the first time. Shakakimo? I think that was it. Yeah, Shaka. I'm gonna call you Shaka. Or maybe it was Shaka. I like that. When the walls fell, that's easy to remember. How you doing, Manro? How are things? Well, I played Fantasy. I never bought into it because the model counts were so high. That was honestly what kept me out of Fantasy also. Not that I didn't like the setting, because it was a fun, super grim-dark fantasy setting. I like the old Warhammer fantasy setting, because it was like, hey, everything's fucked all the time. There is nothing in this world but constant raiding from you know, chaos warbands, and all the good guys are way too busy arguing with one another about who's the bestest of the good ones. And then, yeah, they did the whole end of the world thing, and... I don't know. Age of Sigmar had a lot of problems with it. You know, I've heard... Here's the thing. I've heard really good things about Age of Sigmar lately. It had some major problems getting started. But these days, people seem to think it's a fairly competitive gaming experience. I've thought about getting into it a few times, but honestly, I just, like... I don't know, I think I might, like, just on a personal level, just because I've played so many of their games, I'm kind of just done with Games Workshop. There's so many other games out there to play, you guys. So many other games. The big problem is just that there are so many other games to play out there if you can find people to play them with you. And that is far from guaranteed. In fact, in many cases, it's quite difficult. But you can always find a game of Age of Sigmar or Warhammer 40k. You can always find a game. So people play them. Because they can. Like, I want to sit here and go, y'all should be playing Maelstrom's Edge, but holy crap, good luck finding a game of Maelstrom's Edge, like, with anyone who isn't me. Not like me, I mean actually me. It's a great game, but you're not going to find anybody playing it. And it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. People don't play it because people don't play it, and I don't know how to overcome that. I'm sure a number of people in this group can commiserate with the difficulty of trying to build gaming communities around less than popular games. I've actually pulled it off a couple of times, but it's rickety and it's fragile, and man, it's like pulling teeth sometimes. Hey, okay, Ion Raptor's here, everybody. We can start the stream now. Now we can actually do it. Maelstrom's Edge. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Maelstrom's Edge. I have not lost power yet today, Manrofasol. No. Need to drill out those barrels. I would if they weren't sort of meant to be giant lenses. New gaming systems come along whenever I buy in, depends on if others in the club are also keen. Yeah, that's, you always have to have at least one person to play with, Nanotanks, otherwise what the hell's the point? I bought into Beyond the Gates of Antares with Play and Win. We were hanging out at the friendly local game store, and the Xylus Horizon starter set was on the shelf, and we both kept looking at it and thinking, like, that game looks kind of cool, I kind of want to try something other than 40k. What we eventually did was just went halvesies on the starter set. And that game is actually really, really good. Beyond the Gates of Antares is a pretty fantastic war game with a really fun setting, in my opinion, that doesn't get anywhere near enough play. But again, maintaining a gaming community is work, man, and particularly if you live in a military town, which I did. Wargaming follows military. But it has the same problem. Everybody in the military plays Warhammer 40k, and you ask yourself why? It's because everybody in the military plays 40k. It's because you can find games of it. It's because if you're playing any other game and you get stationed someplace new, you're not guaranteed to find a game. You're just not. In fact, it's going to be difficult. So it's much easier to just play the game that you know you're going to actually be able to use the models for. But then that truth self-perpetuates. It's the only game because it's the only game. Tabletop gaming is weirdly complex in that way. This is why I've mostly focused my efforts in recent years on painting the models and worrying less about the competitive gaming scene. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Seal 6 operator. You're introducing, like, logic and reason into the world of Battletech. I warn you, that might be a mistake. Because the moment somebody said, you know what this tank needs? A big pair of humanoid legs. The moment somebody said that, we veered outside of the realms of rational possibility and reason. And then when the guy next to him said, you know what, you're right, let's build that, we went into just full-on batshit crazy fantasy land. And in batshit crazy fantasy land, lasers have big lenses right at the tips, no matter how little sense that makes. Well, at least in my version of batshit crazy fantasy land. Your batshit crazy fantasy land may be slightly different. Warning, your batshit crazy fantasies may differ from mine. Probably should, really. If you're having my fantasies, there might be something wrong with you. I'm a weird guy. Yeah, no, that's also true, Seal 6 Operator. You can play D&D anywhere in the military. We had people playing D&D, well, yeah. I've seen D&D played with many things that are not dice. Other forms of random number generation. Trying to finish my 140k army running out of steam. Larabic? I don't know how out of steam you are. I don't know how many armies you've done or if this is your first one. I just want to tell you what helps me. And I understand the urge to finish. Particularly once you've got really far along, it's just like, man, I just got to get to the end, I just got to finish this damn army. If you're running out of steam, though, Larabic, and this, you know, your mileage may vary, this may only apply to me. Take it if it helps, leave it if it doesn't. Stop. Just give yourself some time, man. When I try to force myself to work on things that I'm not excited about anymore, when the inspiration isn't there, I don't do my favorite work. And I don't have fun painting. And if you're not having fun painting, stop doing it. It should always be fun. It should always be a good time. And if it's not, and you try to force it, it's going to be even harder to make it a good time in the future. Give yourself some time to come back around to it, because if you put it out of your head and you stop thinking about it for a little while, before you know it, you're going to find yourself thinking about the army going, you know what? I'd like to sit down and finish that squad. Hey, Crossbow Roof, very good to see you. Wait, did I already say hi to you? I don't know. I don't remember half the shit I say on this stream. Either way, hello, hello, hello again, if necessary. How you doing, Crossbow Roof? Magic, 40k, D&D, the three staples with the transient military member. Yeah, you're not wrong. That is... It's frustrating because the environment in which tabletop war games exist is not necessarily a meritocracy. It's not a matter of who's making the best game, that's the one that's going to be played. It's a matter of who had the most market share earliest on. And the answer to that one, unfortunately, is almost universally Games Workshop, with whatever product it is that they're pushing. I wish it weren't true, but wishing it weren't true doesn't make it so. That has been what I've found for any creative endeavor, Kursala, is just, like, if it becomes, like, a drudge, if you're dreading working on it, you're gonna, in my experience, you're gonna get it done faster if you stop. And it seems counterintuitive, but if you stop, and you give yourself some time to rest, and you come back to it when you're fresh, you're gonna be more productive. Crossbow Roof has some custom 40k shoulders draining on the resin printer and a test print for a Kickstarter going on the FDM. Very nice, Crossbow Roof. Which Kickstarter? A test piece for a Kickstarter that you're buying, or a test piece for a Kickstarter that you're running? I just realized that could go either way. Anything you're supposed to be enjoying, Seal 6 Operator. Anything you're supposed to be enjoying. If you're not enjoying it, stop doing it. You'll want to come back to it sooner if you give yourself a rest. Of course, maybe this is why I haven't finished an RPG in like 10 years. And then you come back to it, you know, a while later, and you're like, I forgot everything about this game. I forgot how I was spec'd. I forgot what was in my inventory. I forgot what quest I'm supposed to be doing. And then you just start over, and the cycle perpetuates. Yeah. You know, Avash, now is honestly one of the better times to have discovered Battletech. Because up until now, it's been a lot of work to get any really, really good models. But nowadays, with the Catalyst Kickstarter, there are more generally available excellent models than there have been for decades. Let no one mistake that when I criticize Catalyst Game Labs for some things that they do, when I have my personal gripe sessions, I fully recognize that they've also revitalized this game in a huge way and made it possible to pull new people in when that hasn't really been possible for a long time. But, you know, I criticize things because I want them to be better, not because I hate them. If I really hate a thing, I'm probably not going to talk much about it. Clan Wolf, time for bed night. Everyone, Clan Wolf, you have a fantastic night, man. Thanks for being here. The early 2000s were the dark years, in more ways than one. You're absolutely correct, Iron Raptor. For me, it's the Rays or the Resin 3D printer. Now I can get real Battletech minis. Seal 6 Operator, I think, if I were giving my opinion, I'd say I feel like you're maybe a little bit harsh on the FDM printed mechs, but I don't know your experience with them. You may have just never had anything but kind of the bad ones. I'm not going to disagree with you, though. The resin printed mechs are definitely the fucking prettiness. But I got some pretty good ones out of the Under 3, if I'm being honest. I gotta drink some water. I'm starting to... my throat's getting all scratchy. What's up, Scud24? How you doing? WJ, I don't even want to get into that one, man. It's been an interesting 20 years, let's just say that. It's a little rough. You may, particularly a resin printer, Shaka, you may be overestimating the amount of maintenance required to keep a resin printer going. I am a profoundly lazy man, and my tendency to keep up maintenance, particularly on fine pieces of machinery, is fairly inadequate. I'm not really all that good at it. If I'm doing an honest self-assessment, I let things go longer than they should. I'm not as careful as I should be. I know that a lot of people talk about... I feel like there's like a club, a clique within 3D printing that wants to represent it as harder than it is, or maybe they're just trying to sort of represent the grogs who were into 3D printing before it became more accessible, and to be like, well, it's really hard, so, you know, you gotta do all the crazy mechanical... It's not that hard. You don't have to do that, but particularly on a resin printer, it has, like, 2 moving parts. Like, 2. It's really not hard to keep it going. Yeah, no, don't listen to those people, Shaka. Don't listen to those people at all. They're also going to talk about, like, oh, but the resin's super toxic. The resin's so toxic, if you run the printer anywhere within 500 feet of anybody, they'll get cancer. That's a fucking lie. If you have a reasonably well-ventilated room, like, you'll be fine. I really feel like that attitude is a result of people... I feel like some people, and this may be completely off base, maybe I'm totally full of shit, you tell me. I feel like there's some people who got used to, who identified themselves through being 3D printers, who were like, this is something that I do that not many other people do. And I completely understand that. I totally understand the tendency and the reasoning behind gatekeeping. But these days, in 2020, the notion that you have to be some kind of an expert or super clean or have like a toxic chemical fucking hazmat suit ready to go all the time, this is just, these are lies. They're just lies. And I mean, there are definitely idiotic little cliques within the 3D printed community. I'm sorry if anybody here is a part of the cult of Prusa. But you always get people with, oh, I just bought the Prusa Mark III. Oh, the Prusa, it's the best printer ever. Oh, no printer can print like a Prusa. That's bullshit. That is nonsense. Absolute hogwash, poppycock, and balderdash. Don't drink the... Okay, yeah, Roland has a point. Don't drink the resin. And yeah, White Wolf, here's the thing. Here's the real advice I can give you as far as handling resin. Read the toxicity sheet on any chemical that you handle. Not just the resin, any chemical that you handle. As a rule for your life, always read the tox sheet, okay? Always. Most of those resins are dangerous if you leave it on your skin for long periods of time, if you rub it into your hands, if you ingest it, or if you open up the bottle and just huff the fumes right out of it. Yeah, you're gonna have a problem at that point. But here's the thing, don't fucking do that. Why would you be doing that anyway? I run a resin printer next to where I sit at my PC within arm's reach, okay? And maybe I'm gonna drop dead any day now from toxic exposure, but I have had no ill effects from it whatsoever. Yeah, exactly, Ion Raptor. The people that wear gloves rated for acid, face shields, and giant industrial respirators. It's like these people don't know we've been handling chemicals for hundreds of years. technically, I think humanity has been handling chemicals for thousands of years, but I'm going to say hundreds of years to be fair to the scientific community that developed things like, you know, OSHA and whatnot. Well, the problem with that, Rio, is that everything kind of causes cancer, as it turns out. It's like, well, you know, in the right circumstance, just about everything could theoretically cause cancer, because we don't really know what's causing it. We'll get over that one day, I hope. Might have been ambitious for me to say I was going to work on 2 mechs tonight. I make that mistake a lot on my streams. I'm like, we're going to work on this thing and the other thing. Let's be honest, I'm going to work on one thing. Part of this print got a little messed up. I'm just going to have to paint around it. Oh well. I do this because I'm tired of scrubbing my damn hand. Shaka. Acrylic ain't gonna hurt you. Take more precautions with wood turning than with resin printing. Well, that's just a good idea, Crossbow Roof, because that shit'll take your hand clean off. Depending on what tool it is that you're using. Anything mechanical like that, I always advise more caution. Just be smart, guys. Just be smart. Like I said, always read the talk sheet on any hazardous chemical you're handling. Understand what the risks are. Like, really understand what the risks are. Don't listen to people on the internet. People on the internet are full of shit. About just everything.
Warning. Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
That's true. It doesn't really matter how thick a superglue callus you build up. It's not safe. I, for one, support going back to using lead goblets. I hear they enhance the taste. Yeah, they added a little special something, you know? A little special brain damage. Yeah, this is another one, Seal 6 operator. I think that when I hear people say that leveling is hard, or they have to level so much, level, ooh, be careful of the leveling, I just hear somebody who, like I said, I hear somebody who identifies themselves through being the 3D printer guy, and on some level they don't want other people to know that it's not really that difficult. Bed leveling is not hard on almost any version of any printer. Once you've done it a few times, it's pretty damned easy. No, Project Dark Fox is dozing off. That's okay. Hey, take the fucking night off, Dark Fox. You know you don't have to be here, right?
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
And again, that box is full of furry porn. Just for maximum disclosure. Also have a hard time stomaching playing like $15 for Battletech vehicles. The price point on those are crazy. Yeah. Want to build your second Falcon Jaegers. Hang on, let me read this whole comment here. 55 mechs, but 20 are Kit Foxes. Really don't want to pay $10 for Kit Fox. After that, I'll want to make another cluster. Figure being able to 3D print bunches of the same mechs would be nice. Yeah, they get expensive, and I'm never going to sugarcoat my opinion on Ironwind Metals. I'm not a fan of them as a company. I'm not a fan of their products. I'm not a fan of the way I'm not a fan. Let's just put it that way. 3D printing, I would say, I had some funny ideas about it when I went in. I was saying this the other day to somebody, like, I told myself, well, I'm going to solve my pile of shame with 3D printing. I'm only going to print things as I'm able to paint them. It turns out that was just as big a load of bullshit as the first time I said, I'm going to paint all my minis before I buy any new ones. If that's something you have in your head, that you're going to solve the pile of shame issue that you're having with 3D printing, put it out of your head right now. Because that's nonsense. That's silly nonsense. You're lying to yourself and everybody around you, and you should just stop. Own your problem. Accept it. Now, if you're saying to yourself, I'm going to spend a shitload less money, a lot less money, you're going to be right on that one. My pile of shame is no smaller than it ever was. In fact, it's arguably larger, because I'm like, I'm gonna print and paint a whole squad of such and suches. And I print the whole squad, I'm like, I'll get to painting it eventually, and you know, I forget about it by the time the next project rolls around, because of who I am as a person. But as far as paying for models goes, I have saved thousands and thousands of dollars over the last few years by printing essentially everything. There is Colonel Matthew Steiner. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. It's a pile of inspiration. There you go. What's up, East Dailies? How you been, man? Haven't seen you in a little while. Well, that's a big compliment coming from you. East Dailies, one of the more impressive Battletech painters I've seen in a good long time. Just a pile of spares. No, Data Nerd, this is actually one of my oldest Winsor & Newton size zeros. Not even commenting on IWM with this one, I'm just over metal models, like, almost entirely. I have some metal models I'm still going to assemble and paint in my pile of inspiration. But after that, I'm never buying another one. I'm done with them. Yeah, at this point, like, and I get that there's some... Here's the thing, like, if you just like metal... And I want more people to understand this. If you just like metal, that's fine. You don't have to explain why you like anything to anyone. Anywhere on Earth. Ever. You can just like things. That's okay. I like lots of things that I can't necessarily explain why, that I recognize are objectively not the best thing. I just like them. And if you like metals, then like away, my friend. I'm just going to ask you one favor. Don't fucking make up a bunch of reasons to tell me that they're somehow superior to plastic models, because they're just not. They're just not. They might be technically better at some things. They might have some manufacturing advantages for certain economies of scale. They're not better, though. All I want you to do is just own your preferences, you know? I own my preferences. I unironically think Pacific Rim is a good movie, and I think there are a lot of people on Earth who would laugh in my face for thinking that. You know? Like it for infinity, nothing else. See, legitimately there's a strength to metal models that they're easy for smaller manufacturers to get really, really high fidelity detail. Okay, fine. That's so contextual, though. And if it's a matter of, I like this game, I like these sculpts, it's only available in metal, well, you've answered your own question. They're available in metal, so that's what you're going to get. That's fine. Seal 6 Operator, yeah, no, I know what you mean with that one. What I do is I 3D print my bases, and they all have recesses for washers in them like this. Every single model of mine that you'll see, a Battletech model, is on one of these with a metal washer in the base. I can also then stick them to magnet sheets. It weights them very nicely. I'm totally with lowering the center of gravity of your model to between the feet at the very bottom. Fuck yeah, Dr. Rhino. You're damn right.
Elbow rocket! Now!
Every time. Gets me every time. Dude, 13th Warrior is a fucking great movie, Shaka. Don't ever back down on that one. 13th Warrior is the shit. Cherno Alpha's hot. Okay, I gotta say, Shaka, I love Cherno Alpha. Cherno Alpha is a badass Jaeger. I'm still a Gypsy Danger guy myself. But then I'm a Luke Skywalker guy, so maybe I'm boring. These days, it's all about that Boba Fett, man. All about that Mando. Guys, I want to tell you something. I want to tell you something very important. Very, very important. Whatever it is that you're doing, take a moment and please just listen to me while I say this, okay? There is a movie. It is now on Netflix. It was previously available, I want to say, on Hulu, and so a lot of people couldn't access it or didn't want to pay the money for it, which I totally understand. There's a movie that is now on Netflix. If you have Netflix, if it's streaming, I want you to watch this movie. I would like the next time you're like, I feel like watching a movie, and it's only like an hour and a half long. I think it's an hour and 39 minutes, so an hour 40. Prospect. It stars Pedro Pascal. Interestingly enough, a little while before he got his role as Mando, as Din Djarin in The Mandalorian. It's so good. Weirdly, he's in a similar role. Like he is a bounty hunter / criminal who rarely takes his helmet off, who exists in kind of like a Wild West in space sort of scenario. But where, in my opinion, and I know people are going to disagree with this, I feel like Pedro's acting talents are largely wasted in The Mandalorian. Like, he's great, he's fantastic. I feel like they don't really utilize him all that well. Go watch Prospect. He shines in Prospect. He is amazing in Prospect. This is like the Pedro-iest, Pascaliest Pedro Pascal you're ever going to experience in your entire life. He delivers such a performance. And so, yeah, it's like I'm saying these dailies, I'm not even saying that his performance as the Mandalorian is bad. I'm just saying that he is capable of so much more than they let him do in that show. So much more. You know what, Sumitha? I'll do it. I'm not going to promise tonight. I don't know that I'm... You know what? Fuck it. No, I'll watch it tonight. Unless I get overruled by the wife. I do have to go ahead and make that... Give that contingency. I will sit down and I will watch How to Train Your Dragon. I'll do it. I'm just going to say the name of it one more time, you guys. It is a movie called Prospect. It is on Netflix. It has some of the greatest background, innocuous sci-fi world building I have ever seen in my life. I compare it to the first Star Wars movie, to A New Hope. Remember when the first time you watched A New Hope? And it was like, yeah, here are the main characters and here are the main events and that's all well and good, but there's all these things going on in the background. So many things where I feel like I want to know more about that. What's the deal with the Empire? What's the deal with the Rebellion? Who's that guy in the bar? What's his story? Those questions that you had when you were a kid watching Star Wars, I got those watching Prospect for the first time in a long time. It's just an amazingly compelling background universe that I don't know we'll ever return to. Excellent, Dr. Rhino. I'm glad to hear that. It really is just an amazing film. I love this song. Here's a question, you guys. What should these missile tips be colored? I'm thinking maybe red. Thinking maybe red. I don't want to do yellow because I did yellow on the cockpit glass. I feel like one more little splash of red will be good. There's going to be a little bit of red on this model in the form of the small lasers here. They're going to get some red. But that's going to wind up being the only red unless I do these missiles as well. Nice bright green, that could work. Pretty Star Wars'd out. Yeah, I know how that goes. White with red tip. I don't know if there's enough space for that. They're pretty much just the tips are showing in there. I'm gonna finish this highlighting and give it a wash before I decide anyway. Oh, I think we actually discussed last time doing red for the searchlight over here, so that might be something else might be in order. In fact, with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and lay down a base coat for that. Like the Jade Falcons. Yeah, they're real big champions, those guys. I wasn't going to touch that one, Dr. Rhino. It was too easy. What's my go-to mech for Battletech?
Welcome,
All right,
everyone,
Abash.
to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't. Oh, my camera
have fun, be safe, and
Camera
above
froze.
all,
Don't 3
show it
times.
to me, for the love of God.
In one stream. Let's fix it. See, this is weird. Last time it froze, the camera itself froze. My screen up here froze. I couldn't see any changes. Now, I think it's the cam link that did it. There we go. Pardon the delay. Go to mech. So yeah, the question at that point becomes... Are we talking favorite mech, or are we talking like... I don't know, I need that defined a little bit more. What are my criteria here? Because if it's just my favorite mech, it might not necessarily be the mech that I go to as my most functional mech all the time. My favorite mechs kind of suck, if I'm being honest. The Camlink should not be warm to the touch at all, Sumatha? I mean, it is. I'm gonna go ahead and put in an issue with that tonight, I think. I'm not necessarily gonna say Shadowhawk. I don't always say Shadowhawk. I just say Shadowhawk the vast majority of the time, that's all. Honestly, my go-to mech as far as being both my favorite and one of the most functional for the era is the Orion. I love the Orion. Who's on Terra's doorstep at the with the mic drop for the Jade Falcons? Okay, I see how it is. Yeah, Cat's all about that Space Hawk. Battlemaster's a good choice too. See, I'm a bit of a toss-up, I confess, between the Orion and the Archer. I do love the Archer. I'm not gonna lie though, if you were to ask me what one of my most practical mechs as far as style, availability, and armament goes, I wouldn't kick the Whitworth out of bed. I quite like the Whitworth. It's got the appeal of a classic car. And really just perfectly fine armament with a decent rack of LRMs and a couple of medium lasers. I think it's got 3 medium lasers. Doesn't the Whitworth have 3? Yeah, all about that Whitworth. I think most people in the chat now are aware of the Storm Report, but if you're not, and you feel like participating in it, sharing some of your work with us, I'll tell you it's real easy to do. We're going to be getting to it in about, just about an hour. Just about an hour, and it's real easy to participate in. All you have to do is jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go into the channel marked the Storm Report, and post up to 2 pictures. It is Taco Tuesday, I should mention. So you can actually post 1 extra picture in the Storm Report if you want to share some tacos. Now, they do have to be your tacos. We do not accept, that taco over there. We do not accept Pinterest tacos. We don't accept tacos that you pulled off Google image search. They have to be tacos that you yourself have consumed or created at some point. Man, my hand is shaky tonight. I don't know what the deal is with that. Maybe I shouldn't have had a big mug of coffee right before I came on. I'm not even going to read those words, Everben. That's awful. You should be ashamed of yourself for even suggesting such a thing. Alright, let's go to Wolf. Gray, Ghost Gray. Ooh. I'm not gonna eat any Albanese gummy bears, but you did make me remember that I've got a box of Fruit by the Foot behind me, and I'm pretty excited about that. You like it, Little Cannibal Girl? Thank you so much. Can we get a shout out for Little Cannibal Girl, by the way? 1 second. One of the best things about Fruit by the Foot is that there is a method to eat it where I don't even really have to touch it all that much. Welcome to my shame. I never let my wife see me eating them like that. You guys have seen it, she hasn't. I always hide my face when I'm doing that. I'm not proud of it. But that doesn't stop me from doing it. This is the quality content you come here for. Thinning down my Vallejo Ghost Gray here. I, of course, put way too much on the palette because I have a bad habit of doing that. Particularly with a wet palette where I just want a tiny amount of paint. If I'm not paying attention, which I often am not when I'm streaming, I'll put down way too much and then end up with a huge pool of it, and I try to use it all up. Still, the wet palette has made me a little bit more efficient in some ways. Why do you have to clip? Why, of all the things you could potentially choose to clip. Come on, man. I'm doing just fine. Thank you. I'm glad that she popped in after I had finished doing that. That wouldn't have been a fun one to explain. I'm glad to provide inspiration, Cannibal Girl. It's not rabid, it's just very excited. Enthusiastic. I do get enthusiastic about fruit by the foot, I won't lie about that. I'll apparently lie about other things, but not that. So, Cat, are you down to do Dead Space 3 with me again this Thursday? Or am I gonna need to find another partner? I ask for planning purposes alone. Your host for the evening. Yeah, real quality content here. Stay tuned. 5 more subs and I'll just shove...
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
I'm trying to think of what the worst things I've done with fruits by the foot. Fruit by the foots. It'd be fruits by the foot? Fruit by the foots? I don't know. Who the hell knows? Have you ever taken a fruit by the foot entirely off the roll and then rolled it up real tight and just shoved the whole thing in your mouth at once? Because that's an experience, too. That's a good one. Fruit by the feet? That's possible. Fruits by the feet. 17 hours is long enough. Time to call it a day. Larabik, get some sleep, man. Good God. This is awful. I'm about to do this. I don't know why I have such a craving for fruit by the foot right now. Maybe it's just it's the proximity of it. It's the fact that I have it available. I don't know. I have a trick I like to do sometimes where I eat it like I did that last one. I call it the dueling dragon. Okay, you get 2 fruits by the feet, and you unroll them in opposite directions, and you twist the end together, and then you stick it in your mouth, and you just do the gobble. That's a good one. I did, Kursala. We surpassed 800 just a little bit ago. We will be having a giveaway on Thursday's stream. Gonna be giving away some t-shirts, some mugs, and a couple of gift card, really codes, credit codes for Steel Warrior Studios. I'm rolling this fruit by the foot up, and I'm just gonna eat the whole thing. I'm not a proud man. I'm just a man. I'm as fallible as anyone else. I put my pants on one leg at a time, and I eat my fruit by the foot. You like it? You like it, Iberben? We're going to get some of these going out. Now, Iberben was the first individual who was kind enough to do a logo for me. That served me well for a good long time. And thank you so much for that. I really appreciate your help, particularly in those early days, my friend. Oh my god, Ion Raptor, yes. I'm that way with sour candy in general, though. Like, if I'm not giving myself a mild chemical burn, I'm not eating it right. Are you ready for this? This is awful. This is a vile thing I'm about to do. This is a whole fruit by the foot with the paper removed. Mmm. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Like I told my last wife, I says, honey, I never drive faster than I can see. Besides that, it's all in the reflexes.
Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, God. Excuse me. return to actually painting something. Remember what the hell it is I'm trying to do here. Really, Kursala, that's impressive. Yeah, I do. That is a problem right now, Kat. It's like... Yeah, you know exactly what I'm experiencing. Damn it, Everett, will you... Is there some way to restrict one specific person from being able to make clips? Because maybe they clip all the worst things that you do? We don't need... Look, Iberben, everyone knows that I am a degenerate fruit snack consuming monster, okay? We don't need so much video proof of it. I don't think this case is ever going to court. Worse yet, if it's in clips, then Steiner might see it, and then I'm never going to live it down. Oh my god. Yeah, no. Like, Kursala, come on. Even suggesting such a thing, that's just silly. You know what, let me put down a little bit of dark blue here real quick before I go any further so that I've got a nice base for my large pulse lasers. Way to have a mixer. Can you hear that mixer at all on my microphone? I'm hoping it's fairly well insulated from the mic stand so you guys aren't getting a buzz when I do that. I was watching somebody the other day who has their Vortex mixer on their desk next to their mic, and it's like the whole stream just like it's crazy. I mean, I guess I could just go watch my VOD. That's entirely possible. Not much. Okay, that's good. That's why I put it on the floor, was to avoid that. Nowhere near noticeable as the high-pitched noises from the... Yeah, I try not to let those get through. I need to redo my background filter, actually, to adjust to those. Guys, give me 1 second. I will be back. Should be no more than a minute. Gotta grab something right quick. Coca-Cola, the official sponsor of... No, not me. Not me. It's just a delicious bit of sugar that I am really craving right. That probably explains the fruits by the feet at the moment. I just have like a mad sugar craving. I needed to grab something for that. I was just out in the kitchen, My wife is making schnitzel right now. She's making like a Jaeger schnitzel, like a pork schnitzel. And why do I still have that available? I didn't turn off that redemption, Colonel Matthew Steiner. I'm sorry about that. I'm going to refund your points. It's my mistake. I didn't realize that I left that up because we're not doing Among Us tonight. But you'll still have the points, so next time we do Among Us, you'll be able to jump in, no problem. We didn't even do points last time. That was just kind of like an initial, we weren't sure how popular it was going to be thing. So if we're playing Among Us, though, we were using that so people could jump into the game. Fucking come on up, cat. More than welcome. This work I'm doing on the calves and the shins is like embarrassingly bad. I'm just gonna get it done real quick and kind of move past it. Do some highlighting further up on the model and cover up all my mistakes down here with some dust. That's my plan. I'm gonna cover up all my mistakes on the lower legs with some weathering pigments. I think that's a good idea. Can't be a worse idea than what I'm doing so far. Thank you, Cat Ion. I appreciate that. No, it's not your bad at all. It's not your bad at all, Colonel Matthew Steiner. It's my job to remove those. And not leave them up and confuse people. Oh, I missed a spot when I was doing my highlighting. I can go back and get that real quick. How's the Jenner going and looking? It was my intent to work on both of them during tonight's stream, but it looks like I'm mostly just doing the Warhammer. Here it is as of right now. White Wolf. It needs this same highlighting treatment. I'm very happy with the lensing, and I'm pretty happy with all the gray. I need to do the blue and the purple and then the lightning bolt. I'm going to try to get it caught up to the Warhammer here shortly for you. I know we did some highlighting on it before, I was not happy with where it wound up. And I could just kind of, you know, soldier through, push through to the end, and be like, it's good enough. But I'd like you guys to really enjoy the mechs that you've paid channel points to see painted. Weathering fixes all problems, E. Staley's is absolutely correct. Did I read your comment, Kat? I don't know, what comment? Find me surrounded by empty fruit by the foot wrappers. Face down on my desk, drooling out a red puddle of ick, lapsing into a sugar coma. It's gonna be like, you ever see that movie, The Stuff? Anybody in here ever see The Stuff? Go ahead, show your age by admitting that you watched The Stuff. Because that's what's gonna happen. Yeah, Crossbow Roof did. Rodan. Well, you're just a man of culture and taste, though, Rodan. I had no doubt. And Datron Volta. So The Stuff. The Stuff is a movie from the 80s in which, I don't even remember how they find it. How do they find the stuff in that movie? Basically, someone discovers this stuff, which they call the stuff. And it's like, the actual thing they use in the movie is like a white marshmallow fluff. So it's just like this fluffy white business. And it's described in the movie as it just tastes amazing. It's just the best thing anybody's ever had, and nobody can really describe it, so it's just the stuff. And you just love eating it. You can't stop eating it. Everybody who eats the stuff wants more of the stuff. And then, like, the company patents it and starts packaging it and pulling it out. What was it, underground? I feel like they're pumping it up from underground and putting it in jars and marketing it and selling it to people. And eventually it turns out to be like a fungal growth, and it starts exploding out of people. Yeah, that's it, Datron Voltari. Railroad workers found it in like a tunnel. And it was like this big underground fungal network that they were pumping it up from. And people are just chowing down on it. And yeah, anybody who ate a lot of the stuff, like, there's some horrible scenes in that movie of just this white goo bubbling out of people's eye sockets and ears. And like, it just grows out of you. It's like the Blob, but in reverse. Can't get enough of the stuff. But they did, I believe, use marshmallow fluff in the movie for the stuff. And it's always what I think of whenever I see marshmallow fluff now. Also has one of the better scenes I've ever seen in a movie. You know when sometimes they'll take a room and they'll they'll take a set and they'll build a version of it where it's a room that can rotate so you can have people like walking on the walls and stuff. They do an amazing shot of that with a room just full of this stuff. But it's supposed to be like a big fungal mass that's like moving up and crawling on the ceiling and shit, but they're just turning the room around. It's a really cool effect. Yeah, with the bad B-movie special effect. Honestly, I feel like the special effects, like, considering the time and the money that went into it, I think they're fairly good. The special effects definitely could have been a lot worse considering when it came out. Can never eat marshmallow fluff again now. You're pretty close to that. You're not far off, Sumitho. Just go onto YouTube and look up some of the scenes from The Stuff of people exploding. Like, that's kind of what it looked like. Like that girl from Willy Wonka, the one that turned into a blueberry, but if it was all just like white goop coming out of you. And, you know, she died. Budget was less than $2 million. Even in the 80s, that was nothing. Damn, was it really that little? I heard it as it came out of my mouth, SP Firestarter, but I wasn't gonna take that any further. How you doing, Firestarter? Good to see you, man. I agree. It's a memorable film, which is more than I can say for most comparable movies with similar budgets and plots coming out in that same time period. A lot of those movies were very forgettable. The Stuff is like a cult classic. It's obviously nowhere near as good as They Live, but I think it lives in a similar sort of zeitgeist. Oh, we'll get there, Firestarter. We'll get there. I am here. Now, that's one that always gets me, Dr. Rhino, because it's the other way around. I remember Kick Ass and Chew Bubblegum because that's what Duke Nukem said in Duke 3D. But technically, Rowdy Roddy Piper, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's been a while since I've watched it, but I'm pretty sure what he says is, I am here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. Yup. Ooh, Chaotic Harmony got himself off tomorrow. Wait. That can't be right. There's something wrong with that. Oh, a day off. Oh, he got a day off. That makes way more sense. Chaotic Harmony, how are you doing today, man? Sounds like you're going to be doing real well tomorrow, not having to go do it. Weren't you in quarantine? That couldn't have been 14 days ago. Is that not a thing anymore? Or did you get tested and turn out okay? Yeah, rest in peace, Roddy. I don't know if you guys watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but Rowdy Roddy Piper did a really fucking funny role on there towards the end of his life as a wrestler called the Maniac. It will, in fact, yeah, Storm Report will be getting going in just about 30 minutes. It was negative. See, I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that happened, Chaotic Harmony. I am incredibly happy to hear that. Because I know you had a sore throat and you were kind of worried about that after it kicked up with a fever while you were on stream. Really, really glad to hear that, man. Did we get a shout out already for Cat of Harmony? Because if we haven't, we really should get one. Guys, if you enjoy any of the silly voice clips that you've been hearing at any point over the entire course of this stream, which there have been several, you need to go give this man a follow. If you enjoy watching a Mech Warrior Online being played, or even if you don't, you know what? Just go give him a follow. I don't even care what it is that you're into. Go give Cat of Harmony a follow. Jump into his next stream and just give a listen. He's one of the most entertaining streamers on all of Twitch, for my money. And I realize that sounds like I'm exaggerating, but really, this guy manages to make actual games of classic Battletech entertaining to watch. And let me tell you, as somebody who loves classic Battletech, it's not entertaining to watch. It's not. It's like really fucking boring. But this dude, he manages to make it not only fun, but also engaging. Hootie Hoo, what are you doing to me, man? What is this? What is this, Hootie? You're raiding me? I see how it is. You know what I'm gonna do, Hootie? This isn't over. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna raid you back at some point, presumably, assuming that I have the necessary timing and chat presence to make that happen. Oh, you got him done? That's fucking exciting. Guys, I just got done giving a shout out to Chaotic Harmony, and I gotta say, I'm almost sad. I'm almost sad that the next shout out I have to give is for Hootie Hoo Art, because it's gonna sound like I'm repeating myself. These two together, Chaotic Harmony and Hootie Hoo Art, are two of the most entertaining, most welcoming streamers that I personally follow on Twitch, and I cannot recommend enough that you go to each of their channels and give them a follow. Hootie is a great guy. Wonderful community, really engaging, fantastic two-dimensional art that he does. He was just, I believe, this last stream that you're coming out of, yeah, that's what you're saying. He was working on our new emotes here for this channel. As a matter of fact, I know that right now Cat's going, wait, what is he talking about? Because I didn't tell you about that, Cat. I have not had, talking my words, I have not had as much luck getting those done through the original artist who did our first few emotes, but I went ahead and contacted Hootie, and I mean, I sent you the commission request sheet like yesterday, and today he's got them done, and they look freaking fantastic, so we're gonna have some new emotes up here shortly. The Nanoy, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. I'm gonna go ahead and mention one more time for those of you who may not know. We got to 800 followers today, and I'm pretty excited about that. By the way, Hootie, hope you had a fantastic stream, man. I only got to catch the first part of it. We got to 800 followers today, so next stream, which is going to be Thursday, we're going to be playing some Dead Space 3. We're going to go ahead and do a raffle giveaway for a number of these very, very snazzy, in my opinion, Thunderhead Studio t-shirts, like the ones that I'm wearing, the one that I'm wearing right now, as well as some of these very, very fine Thunderhead Studio mugs for tea, coffee, or perhaps paint water, if that's what you're into. And we're also going to have some credit giveaways for store credit for Steel Warrior Studios, where you can find all Thunderhead Studio products for those of you who are interested in Battletech. El Prota 27, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. It's always a pleasure to have more. It is is this not a really, really nice mug, little cannibal girl? Like, I was not expecting much. I was expecting something pretty standard issue, you know? This is damn classy. I love the way the color's broken up. I love the slight flecks of gray, and I love the way the logo shows up against the black. This is a very, very nice mug. We're gonna have some of these going out as part of the drawing we're gonna do on Thursday. So, you know, be here, baby. Chaotic Harmony, you're damn right we got t-shirts. We got t-shirts. Look at this. Look at this shit. Is this not classy as hell? You don't even have to know what Thunderhead Studio is. You just be like, whoa, look at that shirt. Who's that dude wearing that shirt? Who's Thunderhead Studio? Is this somebody I should be following on Twitch? These are all perfectly logical questions that anyone on the street might find themselves asking if they saw you in a shirt like this. They'd be like, whoa, man. Whoa. Tell me where I can get one. I want to rep that dude's I don't even play Battletech. I'm not even on Twitch. I want to rep that. This is nonsense. I gotta stop. I gotta stop myself. Ooh, a t-shirt quilt. Interesting. But when can we buy them? So that should be before too terribly long. Too terribly long. Data Nerd would know more about that. They're going to be available through Rainy River Designs, which is run by Kursala and Data Nerd. But we'll make sure that we get some links up there. That's very handy because I can talk for hours, Zara. Like really, I can just talk for hours. I don't know. I don't know what Dark Pact gave me this ability to just say lots and lots of things without ever actually really saying anything. But I feel like I'm halfway decent at it. Will you have it in my size? We should have it in every size, Roland. We should have it in every size. And if you're trying to make a joke about needing bigger sizes, know that everybody in this... Like, dude, we're gamers, man. We got them double XLs, you better believe it. Oh, thank you, El Proto. 6 or 7 XL. We're gonna have to get one down to Chaotic. For sure. Let me actually, like, do some painting, why don't I? I feel you on that one, Roland. I had to order this in the union sized. She says, "What size are you?" And I'm like, "Spheroid." So this print got a little damaged, and I didn't notice it until I'd already been painting it, but you see there's a chunk missing from right here. And that's going to wind up being some battle damage. T-shirt quilt has all the con shirts, favorite mashup pop culture meme shirts, and fandom ones. Little Cannibal Girl, I'm sure we could get you one of these if you're interested in adding it. I would be honored to join your cornucopia of copious... I don't have anywhere to go with that. I was going to do some fun alliteration, but I'm not very good at it. I'm not exactly a wordsmith, guys. Basically fucking nerdery. Well, yeah, thanks, Dr. Rhino. Where were you like 10 seconds ago when I was deciding to say something without knowing what I was going to say? I need better writers. I need any writers at all. You're a politician in your wildest dreams, Rogue? Wow. Those are strange dreams. Oh, I missed a spot. Hang on. So I usually do these parts before I do the outer parts. I always say on this channel, paint inside out. Paint the deepest parts of the model and then work your way towards the extremities. And I so rarely follow my own advice. Speaking of following my own advice. Not heavy ochre. I need something yellower, golder. Let's go with lantern yellow. Yeah. Tobean Lord. Thank you so much for that reminder. Could we get a shout out for the Tobean Lord, another excellent artist and Twitch streamer. Follows are free, folks. Go give him one. Check out his stream next time he pops on. You got nothing to lose. Of course, Tobean Lord, you do some really fantastic art, man. I haven't been able to stop in for a little while, not since about Halloween. But I really enjoy what you've done. Oh, I see how it is, White Wolf. Fine. lurker. I love my lurkers. I love my lurkers, you guys. It's one of the reasons, honestly, that there are lurkers on Twitch is one of the reasons that I do try to maintain at least a little bit of, like, even when chat is a little bit dead, I'll just try to keep saying things. So I figure if somebody's lurking, if somebody just enjoys having a little bit of noise in the background, somebody's saying something, the least I can do is provide them with, you know, witty and entertaining commentary. Or, you know, this is all wrong. I need a new base color. What am I doing? What am I doing? Guys, what am I doing? What am I doing with my life? I need polished leather? Yeah, I'm gonna go all the way down to polished leather for this. I think that's a good idea. Did it freeze? Oh no, it shouldn't be frozen. Okay. Oh,
And so I
almost gave me a
painted
heart attack
on
there.
some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
They love the metallics. Yeah, that is the color that I want. I don't know why I went so high for my base on the cockpit. I'm just going to go ahead and bump my camera real quick. Don't worry about me. What about superfluous drivel? Can we get that? I mean, it's all the same thing, really. It's not even dark enough. I need to go much, much darker. What am I thinking? I'm trying to do a base for yellow. Why aren't I just going straight to dark brown? That's really where I should be. So let's cut the bullshit. Not sienna, that's too red. On Overthinking Bass Tones, with Thunderhead, we struggle to select a single brown for our project. I'm going to go with Ruddy Flesh. It's a little bit red too, but I honestly think that having a little bit of red in the shadows for the yellow is going to look good. No, that's too late. When I get it out on the palette, it's too late. Screw it. I'm going with sienna. Talk to yourself like a normal person. Yeah, that's a thing. Why not hot pink? I've fallen into that trap before, Zara. These degenerates in my chat have been like, paint the cockpit pink, and you know what? I did it. That was when we were painting this awesome. That I went ahead and tried the pink cockpit glass, and you know what? It worked out pretty well, I think. Every now and then I go ahead and listen to them, you know? Just to break things up a little bit. Oh, thank you, Zara. Almost, Sumitha. Almost. I wonder who might have thought of doing that. I wonder if I'm the kind of guy who would paint something using the colors inspired by Robot Jocks on person. Does that seem like me? Does that seem like something that I would do? I don't know. You know? I just don't know. I love that movie, you guys. I really, Robot Jocks is. I'm not gonna sit here and be like it's a good movie because that's crazy. That's nonsense. No one should ever say that. But oh man, is it an entertaining movie? It is definitely that. Got home from dinner and looked at my painting area and wondered what slob works. God damn, do I identify with that way too much, Sarah. I feel attacked. Alright, leave that to dry and then come back to it for some highlights in a bit. Not painting currently, but of cross-stitch stuff everywhere. By the way, is Dark Fox here? Dark Fox, would you give a shout-out to Cat Ion? She's one of our mods. She's also been hosting a number of creative streams lately, doing some pretty cool cross-stitching. Also does some games from time to time. Go give this girl a follow. She's one of the best damn mods on Twitch, and I'm not even really exaggerating when I say that. Like, I've been in a lot of chats. I've seen a lot of the ways that mods handle their shit. I'm not going to say, like, I hunted for the finest mod in all of Twitch, and I convinced her to come. No, I fucking lucked in to having Kat be willing to mod my chat. And I thank my lucky stars every single day that she decides to be here. Her and Dark Fox both. I hope Dark Fox does not take offense to me noting that Kat has been the fucking MVP all year long at this point. And a great streamer in her own right. Please go give her a follow. Oh, Dark Fox was taking a nap. Okay, I got you. Games and stitching. I know, right? She's a real Renaissance lady. Renaissance lady. Now we just need to watch Kat paint. Yeah, get her painting, you guys. Kat, you should paint some models. One of us, Gooble gobble, gooble gobble. We accept her, one of us. Come on, chat. Chant with me. Cat paints Thunderheads. I would do that stream. Just like me and Cat sitting around, you know, bullshitting, talking about like movies or something, and her painting my nails. I would get so on board for that. I wouldn't even look at what she was doing. It would be a surprise. Of course, I say that like Cat is some kind of girly girl who's all into painting nails, and I just don't think that's particularly true. Truth be told, I'm probably more into having my nails painted than Kat is into painting nails. God, you guys, I have not had a decent massage or a decent mani or pedi since all this COVID bullshit started. And this sounds like the silliest thing to be like, oh god, I need to get a pedicure. It's just like, it was one of those things where you do it every now and then and it's just so pleasant. And you don't really miss it until you're just not able to go get them anymore. With the baby finally sleeping, you're hitting them brushes. East Ailey's, I look forward. I look very much forward to seeing what you crank out, my friend, one of the best painters working on Battletech currently. Hootie hoo, dude, fucking treat yourself. Treat yourself when, you know, when you have the chance, when it's available. Right? I could, like, massages are something that I get fairly regularly because I've got back problems and I've got some sciatica, and it genuinely helps. And I haven't been able to get one since the start of 2020. And slowly my back is being like, hey, it's like about that time, you remember? We used to go get taken care of every now and then. This is a rough part of the model. It just didn't print all that well, so I'm kind of just sketching on details for the most part. Yeah, in Data Nerd, I've really shied away. Like, it's not just being able to go in and get a massage done. I've also shied away from even my physical therapy over at the VA this year, just because, like, to go to physical therapy, I have to go to the VA Medical Center, and it's one of those things where it's like, I know that they take care there, but I am in the kind of risk group where I really, really don't want to get sick. I really don't want to get sick. It's just not a good combo for me, so I tend to forego it, and I know it's not the best idea. But ooh, Nosmo90 with the follow. Welcome, my friend, to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. Oh, that's a good idea, Nosmo. Actually, I'm slouching. I'm here talking about my back, and I'm, like, slowly slouching. Ooh, that's not a good combo, is it? I don't think people think enough about that group, Data Nerd, because I'm, like, just looking at me, for the most part, you might be like, hey, that guy's fat, but you wouldn't think that I'm in any sort of a risk group based on how people talk about it over the course of this year for infection. But I'm like, man, I got problems you can't see, and I do not relish my chances. That and the nature of the long-term damage that people talk about is, like, very, very relevant to me. And my specific issues. I got a bum ticker, guys. I really do. Combo breaker. What's up, Nosmo90? You a mini painter, my friend? It's a shitty one. It's a shitty one, Vandal Noir. I hate... because it's like... there's not much you can do about it, you know? You work out, you try to stay healthy in all the right ways, but it's like... one of my most fundamental pieces of equipment just doesn't work the way it's supposed to. And that's just something I kind of have to live with. You go all blurry on me, camera. What's your malfunction? Microphone positioning. Such a silly problem. Oh, I saw where I missed. I see where I missed. Down on the guns. Everything else is doing pretty well. I will say, as far as being able to say some of what appears to be good news about this year, about all the bullshit, it does look as if there is a fairly effective vaccine being tested and put in for approval right now. It might wind up being nothing, but I gotta tell you guys, hearing about that and then taking a look at the underlying documentation and the success rate that they've had with it, has felt like a large weight lifting off. Like, maybe not a weight lifting off, but, you know, the removal of a sword of Damocles hanging over your head. the impending doom is a little bit less doomy today. And I didn't realize how much it was weighing on me until it relieved a little bit, you know? It's the old, the frog in the frying pan trick. You put a frog in a frying pan and you dial up the heat very, very slowly, and they don't notice until it's too late. I don't know if that's really a thing that happens, but, you know, it's a metaphor. Did not realize how much it was weighing on me until I was faced with the prospect of it not weighing on me. And yeah, very grateful for that little bit of news. Hoping for more good news on that front. There's Hope. That's the... Oh yeah, Hope. You guys remember Hope, right? That was always a good time, wasn't it? Well, you know what they say. Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. Yeah, I don't want to get into that subject too much, Shaka, because it's just something that we're all very aware of, and it causes nothing but rifts, but I agree with you on that one. But don't worry, we here in the United States of America will find a way to fuck it up anyway. That's as controversial as I'm going to get tonight. Ah, see, Roland? No. There are places. There are places for that discussion. It's not here. Screw the particulars. I'm just glad that we've got a little bit of good news. I was not looking forward to the prospect of 2021 being just a rehash of 2020. Like, it's still going to be its own style of shit show. But I was realizing the other day how much I miss going out to eat at restaurants. Like, it's not even something I do that much of. Normally, I'm just like, oh man, I could really go to just sit in a restaurant and eat a meal. Now, see, this is an interesting thing, Hootie Hoo, because I'm right there with you on that, and it's one of the reasons that I don't complain as much about 2020 as some people have. Oh man, a Faulty Towers reference. Nazmo, you are in good company, my friend. 2020 has been weird for me because I started this stream and I have really, really pursued a lot of artistic endeavors that I hadn't before, and I have been relatively successful with it. I mean, I'm talking entirely outside of Twitch. The Twitch channel's doing well. I love hanging out with all you guys. You guys have made this channel a huge success. But remove this from the equation entirely, I've done really, really well as just Thunderhead Studio as an independent entity. And again, it's strange, because I'm like, well, without everybody being trapped inside like this, I might not have done as well as I did. So, I don't know. I don't know. But even with it being a relatively positive influence on me personally, Hootie, I could have gone without all the other bullshit, you know? Oops. Get a lot of takeout. Yeah, it's gonna be a wild day. That's something too that I feel like people need to understand is, well, I'm not gonna harp on it. The point being that, I mean, we might see something kind of mid 2021, but that it's coming at all is a huge relief. Because up until now, it's been like, who the hell knows? Mechanized avocado. Good timing, too. I'm starting to get hungry. Is it, guys, is it time for the storm report? What time is it? Oh, shit, it is time for the storm report. Hang on a second. Let me finish this step up real quick. And we'll go over and take a look at what y'all have been posting. This is going to look pretty cool once I get the cockpit glass fully laid in. I think the yellow, the red, the blue, and there's going to be a touch of green and a touch of red on the lasers on the chest. All in all, it's going to be a good array of colors. And then we're going to have some lightning bolts. I'm going to start them back here. I'm going to bring them kind of up across the body. They're going to come up to the top, and then I'm going to have it fork, so one goes here and one goes here. That's the plan for this. I'm going to do that one on either weapon pod. I think ultimately it's going to look pretty nice. I'm going to put down a quick little bit of black wash on some of these gray areas since I finished them. And I know Aeon Drummond, it's not exactly what you said, but I'm utilizing my artistic discretion. Who is Cat Dog? No, that is actually for Cat's Dog, which is a funny mouthful by itself. Cat's little pupper, our mod, Cat Ion, her pupper has some medical issues, and you know how the bills will rack up real quickly. So we're trying to do a little bit of something to take the burden off of her and get that little fella up and kicking again. And what am I printing? Nosmo, if you're ever curious about that, you can almost always hit !STL to get some information on that. Currently, it will be, my printer is prototyping some pieces for a terrain set that I'm planning to release on Steel Warrior Studios in time for Black Friday, intended to be a series of prefabricated, deployable structures for use in the game Battletech. This is AP Dark Tone, by the way, with just a touch of Flow Aid mixed in there to thin it and to turn it a bit. AP Dark Tone plus Flow Aid is my Nuln Oil replacement. I will use it often as kind of a glaze for colors, because in its raw form it's very, very glazy, very filtery. But with just a touch of Flow Aid, it becomes much more like Nuln Oil in the sense that it washes down into the crevices almost aggressively. And in this case, that's what I want. I know, dude, I look at the stats down in Australia like all the time, Nanotanks, and well, I don't want to get too complaining. Let's just say I wish everybody had your, commitment. We got a little bit for the last couple of days, Vandal. I'm not sure if we're supposed to get any tonight. I haven't actually checked the forecast for tonight. I've got everything outside prepped for freezing weather at the very least. I'll just finish putting this wash down here. Nearly done, nearly done. A little bit here, a little bit here, nothing major. And then up here on top, I think, is the most important spot. Don't want quite so much actually on top of the launcher. I'm going to pull some of that over here. You can be a little aggressive with this. It's one of the reasons I like to use the flow aid in this, is you can be a bit more aggressive with it then, because the AP tones in their raw form do tend to stain flat surfaces. And put a little on corners of the red to darken it up. And then up front here. There we go. That was some pretty decent detailing we got done today on this Warhammer. I'm happy with how it's coming. This is exactly why I wanted to do the extra panels of the gray, because if this was all just purple, I don't think the purple would look very good. But the purple in tandem with the blue-gray, I think makes them both really stand out. My purple here, by the way, is one of the reasons I went with a blue-gray, a cold gray, as opposed to a warm gray, is because this purple, you think of purple and you think of blue and you think of it as a cool color, but this is very, very magenta, and magenta is a very warm color. And purple being a combination of red and blue, it can really veer either way, warm or cold, depending on what it is that you mix in. But I think this purple is fairly warm, so the cold grays really pop out visually. Hockey ducky. I'm glad you like it, Aeon Drummond. Didn't get as far tonight as I planned, but then I never do I? Streamers say do. What time is it? Cat, do you remember?
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
And you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Hot drop o'clock. Yeah. Let's go ahead and get... Oh, rogue. I feel this so much. It's fucking November, guys. Can we save Christmas for Christmas? Is that something we're capable of doing? Because I can't deal with it. It's one of my least favorite holidays. Okay, so next year I'm planning a lot of revamps to the stream, including a couple of holiday-themed overlays. Christmas is not one that I'm doing. Like, it's going to be conspicuous. There's going to be like a Halloween overlay. There's going to be a Thanksgiving overlay. And by Thanksgiving overlay, I mean there's going to be like probably some mashed potatoes and gravy smeared on the lens. It won't be intentional, but it will be, themed correctly, accurately. We'll have all kinds of themes, but we won't have a Christmas theme. It's not going to happen. I refuse. Coming down. Let's see what we got here. We have from Cyber Knight. Oh, Scroggins was nagging about how 3D prints have nothing on the new plastics because of print line. God, that's such nonsense. That's such nonsense. Print lines. I'm sorry. But I'm going to go back one time. Just because honestly, and this is on organic shapes, okay? Print lines? Print lines? Are you fucking kidding me? It's such a nonsense argument, and it's one that makes me mad, is when I hear people say, the 3D printers with the print lines. Like, dude, I am printing smoother shapes on the 3D printer that I operate badly in my office than much of what you guys are putting out. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's absolute nonsense. But I should get back to what the actual post is. That's an idea. See, that's the thing, Kursala. Print lines are not a guarantee. You can get print lines. You absolutely can. You can get some that are worse than others. I've got, like, for that example that I just showed you, I also have a Lando Calrissian over here that I printed, where the print lines are really, really bad. But that has more to do with my incompetence as a printer than it does with the medium. If you're good at printing, if you are angling well and supporting well, print lines are a non-issue. If you get print lines, you reorient, you resupport, you try again. You don't just go, well, that's just how it is because it's a 3D printer, because that's not really the problem. It's not that it's 3D printing, it's that you did it wrong. It's always operator error. Maybe he's only ever seen hardware. I mean, that's possible, yeah. And admittedly, some of hardware stuff, the print lines are, I find it, well, yeah. Everybody's got issues, and it's definitely harder to avoid print lines when you're producing for mass production. That much I can certainly say. Though I think if anybody knows anything about printing individually for mass production, it would be our very own Cybran Knight, motivated by spite, one of the best motivators to take a family photo of all the current Metalcore Collectibles products. Today, Friday, also marks the 3rd anniversary of me working with Sumitha on Operation Lancaster. Look at this. Hang on, I'm gonna adjust my window size a little bit because I know I'm not showing all this. I want to fit it in. There we go. Look at this whole lineup. The 3 Tyrant variants, you got the 2 Hammerheads in the back, you got that pair of VTOLs, you got this whole line of tanks with different variants, this is a better product line. Like, as a gamer, this is a better product line than what Catalyst is offering right now. It's at least as high fidelity, it has more options. If you were to buy that Tyrant, you would get a multi-posable pack, you could get different variants of it, different variant parts. These are things you can't buy from Iron Wind Metals. You can buy generic mod packs of just some of the... You know what? I'm not gonna do it. Guys, if you've been in this stream, you know my feelings on it. You know I'm just gonna whine about it for the next half hour, so I'm not gonna do it. Instead, what I'm going to say is go check out Metalcore Collectibles. If you're into 6mm sci-fi tabletop gaming, go check out Metalcore Collectibles catalog. A good portion of it is available on Steel Warrior Studios as well. Really super duper high quality prints, amazing fucking designs, and a great dude, a huge supporter of the stream. I absolutely love his work. Very, very nice, Cybran. Very nice work. Coming down, coming down, coming down. Oh, I'm not... Prince, I'm not gonna play all of Merry Fucking Christmas, but it's a solid video and an absolute classic, and if you haven't watched it in the last few years, go check it out again. That's yeah, some excellent Mr. Garrison. I don't hate this. Like, the fact that it's apparently beer is a little bit upsetting, but if you were to hand me a can that was just like Maruchan's chicken stock, their broth, and I could like heat it up, you know, like Bachelor Chow, where you pop the tab and it warms itself, like I would just straight drink that down. This is not as bad as the pint of Funyun juice. If your goal was to disgust me, I don't feel like you actually pulled it off road. Sodium in a can. Yeah, I mean it's a heart attack in a can. You're not wrong. The issue is the Battletech licenses were farmed out to friends back when it was a very small company. You have more demand, and while those people are nice and good people, having to deal with a company that's a hobby. No. You're absolutely right, Shotgun. This is something I talk about a lot. I criticize IWM pretty harshly, but I try to take a moment and recognize, like, they are where they are for fairly personal reasons to the original creators. They are where they are because of some old agreements, and they're still sort of garage manufacturing in metal. And yeah, I guess the demand has become too much for them to keep up with, but I mean, like, I've also bought metal models from people who operate out of their actual garage that have been higher quality in a lot of cases than what IWM puts out. Nothing against them as people. I'm sure they're very, very nice. I'm sure that they're great fun to hang out with, but I'm not gonna buy anything from them either, you know? I'm not gonna go off on that though. If you guys want to see my rants against Ironwind Metals, I mean, go watch like any of my Battletech streams on VOD or on YouTube. I'm telling you, man. Ooh. Oh, I like how there's a camo pattern worked in there now. Vanguard class Titan. Rio, you absolute unit. I love this color. I love the subtle working in of the green avocado shell there. That's nice, too. Cat's like, go kill the bad guys. And I'm like, they're tacos? We talking about tacos? Yes, let's go with camo. Oh, it's like a puzzle piece kind of thing going on. Yeah. I love the new colors. So I want to get this image onto some of the Thunderhead Studio products from Data Nerd, from Rainy River Designs as well. I want very, very much to get this image on some stickers, on a mug, maybe on a t-shirt. Huh? Think we could do that? If that's possible, Data Nerd, I am all fucking over that. I want that. So much. This is just... The absolute joy of this has not faded at all, Rio. I would also note that you did I don't know if you did this on purpose, I don't know how much you know about Battletech, but the purple and white that you gave it here, or maybe you just took this from some of my paint jobs, but this is very, very similar to the Merrick First Free Worlds Guard livery, and it is one of my favorite Battletech units. Absolute favorite. Shaka, you're just... I agree with you in every conceivable way, and for the same reasons. And yeah, they're old guard, the Grogs are in love with them, it's been a part of the hobby for a long time, and so people don't want to let it go, but it's like, they're not providing a people to... Fighting Piranha Graphics drives me a little crazy too, just because it's like, there aren't any other companies doing what he's doing. To the point that I have to go to Fighting Piranha and order from him. And I feel like I'm ordering something in like the late 90s when Amazon.com was just selling books. Like I have to go and actually email him like an order with order numbers, and then he has to personally get back to me and confirm it, and then we do an invoice separately. I'm like, what? This is 2020. Dude, you could set up an automatic store linked to your PayPal in like a couple hours. But, you know, whatever. Hopefully someone will come along one day and broaden our options a little bit. Just thought the steel / purple look, it winds up looking a lot like First Free Worlds Guard, Rio, and I don't know if it was, if you say it's not on purpose, that's fine. I'm gonna call it just serendipity. Absolutely wonderful. Fan-fucking-tastic work, Rio. I hope that we see that up in the showcase. I'm gonna want to show that around some more. Here we have from Machine God. God damn it. I just... What are we... What are we doing here, man? Like, what are any of us doing here right now that have led us to this? No, this isn't okay. This isn't okay, Machine God. Nothing about this is okay. 2020, yeah, in a slice. Ugh. What the cinnamon toast fuck is that? Yeah, Zardoz is feeling me. Alright, let's keep coming down here. We have from Kursala, talking my words real good here. May as well share this here. Got my shipment of new paints today. Now I can make some really fancy paint schemes. Woof. Some big, thick studio acrylics, man. Damn. Don't want to have to keep mixing them. Look like good choices. Another dark purple coming soon, but it was on back order. Brown and dark gray, so I can have easier time color mixing and shades. You just like to do everything the hard way, don't you, Kursala? Gold and silver were mostly so I can experiment with metallics and glazes, and the blues were for specific schemes. 2 lighter ones are picked because they look pretty close to one I'm going to use for my custom mercenary company. The darker is a metallic teal I'm going to use as a trim on my snow ravens. I look forward to seeing. I maintain that it's not the paint you're using, it's the artist using the paint. And even some good thick acrylics, man, you can do some work. You can do some solid miniature work. I look forward to seeing how that comes out, Kursala. Coming down, coming down, coming down. Here we have from Gear Falcon. A little bit more highlighting on my work in progress Irby. I like this blue. It's a very Space Wolves kind of a color. To the point where when I look at this Gear Falcon, you know what I want? I want a little bit of yellow. I don't know if I want yellow trim. I don't know if I want yellow cockpit glass, but I want some yellow in here. Of course, what I want doesn't really fucking matter at all for a miniature that you're painting, but that's just my instinct when I look at it, man. Oh my god, Shaka, are you me? Every single time I've gone to him with I would like some custom decals made to these, and no matter how many references I send him, no matter how easy the job theoretically could be, no matter how many times I've laid them out myself and been like, just put this on a sheet and make these as decals, the answer has always been, yeah, no, maybe, or maybe later, and it's kind of ridiculous. Yellow muzzle flash, that's not a bad one. Each of the smaller tubes are $3.79, big ones were about $7. Only the hard way if it costs more. Well, you know, you might have a point there. Yeah, I think yellow would be a fantastic complement to this. Yellow and white, but again, I'm just looking at this thinking, I want this to be a Space Wolf, so, you know, take that with a grain of salt, Gear Falcon. Really, really nice work. Good highlighting, man. Ooh, little cannibal girl here. Here's the first look at the jellyfish drones and the progress we made tonight on stream. Not sure if I'm thrilled with the graffiti. So, Little Cannibal Girl, I will give you a little bit of my thoughts. Because you've mentioned that you're not thrilled with the graffiti, I'll give you some thoughts on this. Take it or leave it. I don't know, you know, it may be worth nothing at all. Your red is a little desaturated. And as a result, it kind of blends into the brown-red terracotta of the bricks. I feel like you want something much, much more vivid for your red. Or alternatively, you know what would look really, really good here? What would make your graffiti pop out is if you did it in a yellow instead. You've already got some green, it looks like. We're going with I like how you've done the sort of mold, the you know, where the water has dripped and soaked in. I think this looks really, really good. Yeah, that's another good one for Gatorong. If you blackline the outside of the red and then maybe push the contrast up, made it a really, really bright, vivid, almost yellow red, I think that would make it pop better, almost certainly. But yeah, if you changed the color and went to a yellow, it would stand out better against the... there's no yellow anywhere in this piece. We got blues, we got purples, we got some more blues here, we got some golds and some browns, we got some green, we got brown. There's no yellow here. So if you go bam, bam, bam and make all we have is... I can't read the bottom part of this, I'm sorry. If you make this yellow, it's going to become like a nice focal point for the piece, really. All in all, though, really nice work. I like the jellyfish drones. And the work on the figure itself, the skin tones in the blue, that's very, very nicely done. Interesting use of the metallics here. Obviously, you're not done with it. I'm curious what you're going to be doing. I guess this is mostly for this giant crowbar that she's wielding. Interesting mini, nice choice of colors. I look forward to seeing some more work on that, Little Cannibal Girl. From Roland, we have, oh, crab rangoon tacos. If you were to describe this to me, I would not be in any way appetized by it, but for whatever reason, when I look at it, you know what it is? It's that we're almost 4 hours into a stream and I'm hungry. This always happens. Things that I would normally be like, ugh, get that away from me. I'm like, no, I would bite into that crab cream sandwich with, like, lo mein in it. Oh, man. I just want the lo mein. Can I throw the crab rangoon part away and just eat the lo mein? Am I allowed to just eat the interior of the taco? I'm not even going to finish reading those words, Roland. Because it's food. And you want to food... Yeah, I want to food myself pretty bad. I confess. Here we have from White Wolf, a good taco submission. Burritos, Fox style, a.k.a. stuffed. Delicious. Put a few things in it. Burritos sure make rearranging your living room tolerable. Nice and simple. Looks like we got a little bit of rice in there, a little bit of meat, some sour cream, a little bit of lettuce, a little bit of salsa. Nice and simple. I might want to... This looks like something I might want to go ahead and pop on the stove a little bit just to get some melty cheese going on. But man, I would mow down on that plate of tacos so hard right now. It's fucking ridiculous. Here we have from Roland. It looks like we're working on a Shadowhawk from... This is Stratos. Classic Shadowhawk, right? Sushi rice. Ooh, that's a good... If you're going to put rice in a taco, it should be something that's going to bind together like that. That's a good choice, White Wolf. I dig your color choices on this one a lot, man. Love, love, love the red next to the blue. I'd love to see another angle on this guy. And maybe with a light oriented at his front. I feel like he's getting lit from behind, and it's making the details get a little bit washed out. But at least he's not in front of a can of Baja Blast. You know, that's something. What is this? What is this mech? Why do I know this mech? Why do I both know this mech and I can't think of the name of this mech? It's not a Thunderbolt. Oh, okay. That would be right. Why, Roland? Yeah. This is Hardware Studios' custom-designed hardware mech. This is one of the earlier things that he did, really. I love the rotary autocannon in the arm there. That's a nice touch. The blue, and what's that other color? See, this is why I want something with a little bit more light blasted on it from the front, Roland, because I like this contrast you've got going on between the blue and what almost looks like a gray-green, but it's hard for me to tell with the lighting like this. If that is a gray-green, I very, very much like that as a contrast to the blue, and then the silver parts are a nice breakup, too. Yeah, is it a dark brown? Oh, it's Abaddon. See, there's your problem right there, Roland. See, I couldn't tell what color it is. You're saying it's Abaddon black. Consider... I don't know what paint scheme you're going for here, Roland, but consider going for kind of like a deep green drab. I think that would actually work pretty well. Or if you're looking for something to really... Well, no, you've already done lots of gold. Either way, I like the way you've divided it up. Good-looking assembly. I look forward to seeing some more work done on those, Roland. Always good to see you getting some more stuff done, man. Clan Diamond Shark Alpha Galaxy. I'm going to have to look them up for the details of what their schemes are going to come out to be. Oh, coming down here we have from Cybern Knight, slowly working through the now 6.5 new... How can you have half a variant? How does that math check out? What's 0.5 variants? That's... Okay. It would just be a whole new variant, Cybern. It's not how maths work. Had to upgrade the Hammerhead to 3 organizers with a selection of parts ready for production, including 2 of 3 new back plugs, 4 new nose plugs, 3 of 6 new arm sets. Your organization just makes me sick. I wish I was this organized with the shit that I need to be this organized with, and you're over here like... Well, it's not strictly necessary. But like I'm saying, if you have questions about mass-producing 3D printed mechs, this is the guy to talk to. Look at all this. So many hammerheads. I've got to... Okay, I'm gonna go to Steel Warrior... Not Steel Warrior. I'm gonna go to Metalcore Collectibles, and I'm gonna get my hands on a couple of these hammerheads and some of his other variant mechs, because I've only got a couple of Tyrants here now, but honestly, I'd like to do more of his work. I really would. Because there's an old and new version, effectively the same variant, one is standard AMS, one is laser AMS, and of course that had to be represented with different parts, because it's Cybern, and he couldn't just not do that. That wouldn't be him, and it's probably magnetized to boot. Good God. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. So here we have, just for fun, pulled apart one of your 5 Irby's, gonna go all out on this one, new base, new arms, etc., etc. We'll probably be uploading the new arm parts to Thingiverse once I'm done with them to boot. That is exactly the sort of upload that I love to see. Damn, you did some work to get that separated. Look at that pig. This is why I really wish that CGL would just ship these things to us unassembled. I really, I did roll it. Yeah, no, I mentioned your Shadow. I couldn't remember what it's called. Nightbird, I feel like Strato calls it. I like the colors on it. I really, really love the choice of orange that you have for the cockpit. I'm looking forward to seeing that on the hardware. I think that's a great piece of contrast. Yeah, White Wolf. Seriously, why don't, if they would just ship the mechs to us instead of in these little pre-assembled, like, I feel like they're even wasting money on packaging, because like the new Lance packs and the new Clan packs are like these, they're cardboard boxes, and then they've got a clear piece of plastic in the front, and then they've got the molded plastic to hold the mechs, and I'm like, dudes, put the part, like, don't glue them, put the parts in a Ziploc. Put the Ziplocs in a fucking box, draw a picture of the mech on the front, and sell it to me. It's a waste of packaging, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of labor, it's a waste of money. I don't... It's for shelf presentation. I mean, Jesus Christ, like... Some good art would go a long way. I mean, I guess Shaka, but I still, like, as a modeler, I would prefer them unassembled. If you gotta stick them together, they're all with PVC pegs, so stick them together and don't glue them, if that's what you gotta do. They want to be more modern for game stores, but Machine God, that's not modern. Who sells fully assembled models, really? Like, okay, yeah, you can get fully assembled models from Reaper because they're one piece. When Reaper has multi-part models, they have a picture on the front of the box, and they have the parts separate. That's fucking Reaper. They're using the same materials. It is standard practice in those stores to have models in multiple pieces that you then assemble. It's not like you go into a game store looking to get into a new war game and you're like, oh, I have to build the models? Well, that's a game breaker for me. That's most of the games. That's the vast majority. Your only real options at that point are like X-Wing the Miniatures game. And they, you know, they sold their souls to the devil at the fucking crossroads and sacrificed 1 million orphans to get the pre-assembled, pre-painted quality that they have. It's out of control. Hey, Thunderdome Drew, I put a package in the mail for you yesterday. My man, I finally got that Borealis headed out to Thunderdome Drew. Could we get a shout out from my man Thunderdome Drew? Another very, very entertaining Pate streamer. Really good guy, great community, very energetic. One of my favorite streams to have on in the background while I do some painting. Thank you for being here, man. Way too many adjectives, and that's very unclan-like. Well, thank God. The Pathfinder fully assembled D&D minis sell super good. That's the same idea, but I don't feel like these are the same markets at all. Are you, like, bear with me here. You're telling me the people who play, like, Pathfinder, and I don't want to say that RPGs are lightweight as far as tabletop games go, but I mean, like, they've got their rule interactions and everything, but they tend to be miniatures agnostic, or not necessary at all. And the games themselves are not that mathematically complex. Battletech, on the other hand, is a game that is remarkably mathematically complex. Not terribly, but more so than most of these. I don't feel like they... I don't know. I have a hard time imagining that the market you're going to sell Battletech of all games to is going to be turned off by the need to assemble their own models. Quite the opposite, I've found. Maybe they're the ones with the fucking market research that proves me wrong, but if I were a betting man, I'd say they don't have that market research. Trying to sell a product to new players, trying to show how much better their miniatures are than what they were before. It's a desperation. Yeah, it is. It is. It's... And again, if that's what you wanted to do, you could have pictures on the box, man, and then let me assemble it any way I want. But, okay, obviously they're going to change their policy based on me ranting for a few minutes on my stream, you know? So this is time well spent. Shadowrun is heavy maths. I mean, that's the thing. It can be. It certainly can be. I'm just not buying the argument that Battletech gamers are going to be more casual than fucking Pathfinder gamers. I don't buy the argument that people who play Battletech are more casual, easygoing players than people who play Shadowrun. I don't buy it. And you know why I don't buy it? It's because I've been playing all these games for like nearly fucking 30 years, and that doesn't match up with one experience that I've had. I'll just talk to a certain 3D Battletech printer I know and make arrangements with good stellar currency for the good. Oh yeah, that's where most of us have moved on anyway. See, yeah, I don't even agree with 2 product lines. Like, 2 product lines, that's a lot of extra expense. I just feel like they're wasting money on product presentation when they should be spending money on actual quality product. Particularly the fact that they're spending money on this quality presentation of their pre-assembled models, reducing the usefulness of those models while simultaneously putting money into a DICE program that was just ill-fated from the start. Okay, I'm gonna stop complaining. I'm just whining at this point. Nobody wants to hear that. Let's come down a little bit and see what Data Nerd has for us. It looks like we got some blue fuck flakes. Gonna be available soon, and our printing grade. These are just magnificent. Just magnificent, aren't they? There you go, Thunderdome Drew. They need to be trying to appeal to the more hardcore gamers because we are the people who are actually going to play the game. If Battletech is trying to bring in casual gamers by trying to appear more casual, they're bringing in players that aren't going to stick around because Battletech is not a casual game. It's a waste of time. Unless Alpha Strike is just going to be all that Battletech is from now on. I mean, you know, maybe. Who the hell knows? I'm gonna have to hang up. I'm not doing Christmas, but I am gonna hang some fuck flakes around my house. I can tell you that much, Data Nerd. You should be able to get these also from Rainy River Designs, the same people from whom you'll be able to get these very, very nice Thunderhead Studio t-shirts, as well as our very, very shiny Thunderhead Studio coffee mugs here in the near future. We got a few other things that are gonna be coming down the pipeline too. So you can keep an eye out for that. If you know, want to rep my stuff and for whatever reason advertise your I mean, who doesn't want to advertise the stream that they watch to random people on the street? That just seems like a very normal thing to do. Given that the mechs could literally be opened up from the box and put on the table and run with Alpha Strike cards, I mean, I guess, Sumitha, but most of them are push-fit anyway. If you didn't glue them, you could push-fit them together and put them on the tabletop. Look at what FFG did with their PVC models. Yeah, you could spend a lot of time customizing, building, and painting them. Or you can take them out of the box, you can stuff them together, you can put them on the table, you can play the damn game. It's not that hard to do. This is a false dichotomy. This is not an either-or. This is just a series of dumb choices made based on trying to pull in customers that I don't think they're ever going to get. But then, I didn't pull off a $3.5 million Kickstarter, so take everything I say with a grain of salt and probably throw it right out the fucking window. Here we have from Kursala, my accomplishments today include successfully making this claw hand. It's green because Tiny Hands was helping me with the render. Ooh, it's like a little Yoda hand, isn't it? I mean, maybe it's the fact that it's green, but Yoda had 3 fingers, didn't he? I'm pretty sure he's got 3 fingers. Huh. I kind of did, Kursala. I actually have one on the wall next to me, but it's my old logo. It's not my new one. Well, what they're thinking, Sumitha, is fucking stupid. It's just dumb. Or maybe I'm just mad that it's not appealing directly to me. I mean, that's true of so many things. No one can stop the claw. The claw. Mechanically speaking, this is a nicely made claw that you did here, Kursala. You've done some really, really cool complex curve work recently, and I'm really digging it. Thank you for sharing that with us. Here we have from Ion Raptor. Oh boy, we're going to try another custom. I wasn't too happy with my last one, decided to make another after looking at my Longbow's Searchlight and thinking the general shape could be good for a torso of some kind. As of now, I'm just moving blocks around trying to get an idea of what it could be, but hopefully it ends up being something nice. This is the part of development, Ion Raptor, that I never show people. This is the part of development that everybody who gets into 3D modeling realizes, like, these are the fundamental building blocks of, oh, Shaka, you taking off? Have a fucking great night, man. Have a great dinner. Thank you so much for being here. Had a lot of fun talking to you. I hope to see you again. We're going to be back Thursday. If you feel like hanging out, we're going to be playing some Dead Space 3 and doing a giveaway. That's not cheating, Kursala. That's not cheating. Learning how to use the software, that's called skill. That's something that you have now developed through something that we like to call practice. But yeah, Ion Raptor, this is the part that I never show anybody, because I feel like if they realized how much 3D modeling is fundamentally taking blocks and arranging them and then refining them down into something, nobody would pay me any money. Good looking blocks though, I gotta say. This kind of looks... Oh, Sumitha already said it. This kind of looks like an Owens. Yeah, this makes me think of an Owens. Shaka on the ocean departing. Yeah, we're gonna develop our own little fucking story language at this point. That's the truth of Ash. That is the truth. The fact that they got 3.5 million speaks loads for the amount of nostalgia they have working for them. How long did you work on the head of that round facer to get it? Let's not talk about that. That was... so something I've started doing with my 3D models, actually, Sumitha, I've started saving my drafts. Because anytime I make a model, there's always like, okay, let me start making this shape. This sucks, and I trash it, and I start over again. And I do this 3-4 times. I've started saving a Rocco. Oh my god, Rogue. No, it's not... No. It's not from Total Annihilation. I've started saving all my old drafts, though, because I found it's kind of fun. I did this with this latest batch of structures, where I will go back and just be like, what was my initial concept for this again, after I've been working on the new one for a while? And it's... I don't know if I ever want to share it with anybody. I think I'm just keeping it for myself. But, it's sort of interesting to see, particularly when you're working with something kind of freeform, the different ideas that you go through. Nice work, Ion Raptor. Really, really interested to see what you wind up doing for this fully custom mech, man. Ion Raptor does some amazing sculpts, though. Some of my absolute favorite modifications of old Mech Warrior files. Shaka, when the paint glorbs. Oh, that's a bad time. Coming down, coming down, coming down. Here we have from Project Dark Fox a work in progress for Vergaderung. Got a long way to go. So this is exciting to me, because I've seen the concept art for this, and this is in Trinity City. Yeah, no, that is one of the reasons, Data Nerd. It can help later with other things. I go back to my old concepts and maybe revisit them a little bit. But yeah, this is the Trinity City University building that we have here behind them. And then we have that badass Oscout jumping in over here. We've got the, what is the fucking... Why can't I think of the name of this clan mech? Anyway, there's a king crab coming up behind it,
box,
teaching it a
get
lesson.
Stuffed in a box.
Cauldronborn, thank you. Surprise king crab. This is gonna hurt. This right here. Like, it's good that it's dodging to the side, because these two claws open like this. This is gonna be a bad fucking day. I love how, like, this is one of the best redesigns that MechWarrior Online did. There's so much personality in the face of the king crab now. It's being all pew-pew, and soon it's going to be like ka-chung, ka-chung. I assume that's what an AC-20 sounds like. Very nicely done, Dark Fox. Definitely go check out Dark Fox's channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord if you have not already. Here we have from Larabik sharing some work on Gene Stealer Cultists. I don't have this model. I saw this model. I love this sculpt. I don't have it yet. Really nice use of colors here. I like the orange. If you're at all interested in critique, I would consider using a different basing color. Of all the things on here that would be easiest to change, it would be the basing color. I would consider using a different basing color just because the model does tend to blend into this a little bit. I'm getting the same thing here. I understand the impulse to repeat this. Also, I love the use of the Imperial Guard parts in the Gene Stealer Cultist. That's excellent. I guess this is more accurately a use of Gene Stealer Cultist parts for the Imperial Guards. Consider recoloring the bases, because something like a dark blue would make the orange in the uniforms just like kapow, pop right out when you look at it. And I only mention it because when I look at this, my eye is kind of losing the orange uniforms into the bases. But the work on it is very nice. I love the color choices, the orange and then this sort of warm gray. They look like a penal legion, which I'm assuming was probably on purpose. Very, very nice work though, Larabik. Coming down, we have from Bridget Wolf, digital art of my favorite Puyo Puyo character, Lemurs? I apologize. But in the Mado Monogatari style, did this a while ago, but haven't done any digital art for a bit. This being one of my favorite pieces, I thought I'd share it. It is lovely. I'm not totally familiar with the style or with the origin of this, but I will say that this art style really takes me back to like the mid-90s. Makes me think of flipping through an instruction manual for one of any number of games I would have gotten back then. Ooh, Roland's. Oh, penilely, jeez. I don't think. I feel like the Gene Stealer cultists. That's like one of their last concerns. Really great work though, Bridget Wolf. I love all the background work that we've done here to kind of focus everything around the darker colors of the actual outfit. Oh, Roland, no, come on, just stop, man. Very nice work, Bridget Wolf, and thank you so much for sharing with us. Coming down here, we have from Seal 6 Operator, just a family portrait for the Emperor. Ooh, we got Rowboat Girly Man and his cadre of space Romans. That's always what I think of when I see Ultramarines. They're all just so very Roman. I've always liked this model. The Captain in the Gravis armor. I did one of these for my Iron Snakes that I should get back to my Iron Snakes at some point. It's such a cool chapter. Looks like we got a couple of mod parts in here. This looks like one of those old, not Stormbolters, but what were the old Stormbolters, the ones that the original Terminators wielded? Interesting sword here with the dual-pronged forks. This looks like a whole lot of custom conversion work on some of the classic Space Marines. I love seeing some of these classics get painted, not all Primaris, and the Goblin Green around the base. It's not quite Goblin Green, but the green around the base is just such a throwback, man. Nice work on Gilliman, by the way. Really love the work you've done here on the Flaming Sword. I assume you probably followed one of the same tutorials I did. I know Duncan did a really good tutorial on this sword. It looks like you've done a fantastic job replicating that. Warpstone Glow, that's what you have around the... Oh, okay, I can see that. And I love the use of the reds for the Ultramarines. That's always what I think when I see Ultramarines. In my head, I want those reds. I want the red weapons. You know? Absolutely. Let's take a look at part 2 here. Oh yeah, this is a good angle. Dig the split-bladed sword. I'm not sure where that's from. Love the classic Dread. God, this just takes me back to the early 2000s, late 90s right here. Those were the days. Back before I, cared what people thought about my painting. When I was just like, make everything in the brightest colors possible. It drops me right back into that. You've done such a good job on these, too. Particularly this comb you have here. I love the split. Because this is something that Roman legionnaires... First of all, the comb being transverse to the helmet is a classic Roman move. And then having the alternating colors there in the horsehair. I actually did some of my Iron Snakes in the same way, but then Iron Snakes are an Ultramarine successor. Very nicely done, Seal 6 Operator. I love seeing some classic Ultramarines. Thank you for sharing. Here we have from Sinjo. Oh, no. Okay, you were on here talking about earlier the Obi-Wan you were working on. Oh, getting ready to go out to eat at Red Lobster. Not really ready for anything else. That's not as bad as you made it out to be. That's not as bad as you made it out to be. This is definitely a case of... So the tips of these are the most tricky, and I wish that I had a better way of describing it, but think of them like they're meant to be a phoenix's wings, I think. So they come up, but then they kind of curl in. So the end of the Jedi Order symbol is shaped a little bit like a cupped hand, if you hold it up like this. And if you can put this little spur on it, it does a lot to keep it from becoming quite so pointed. And yeah, I have had good luck with trying to establish the shape of the red into a true circle. You've done a good job on the central portion here. I can tell what that's supposed to be. I feel like if you take some white and knock a little bit off the bottom of this red here, and then maybe expand the tips a little bit and give it that cupped hand shape, you'd be getting pretty close at that point. Working on color matching Goblin Green with Pro Acryl. Jesus, the way we spend our time sometimes, I swear. Coming down here. And a Varangard I'm working on. Ooh! I mean, I love the purple. I feel like that almost goes without saying. This is looking real nice, though. I mean, I'm mostly getting the shield here. I love the work you've done on the purple with the gold. Purple and gold is just the classic combination. Always makes me think of the Soul Drinkers. Love this pale flesh you've got on the horse, too. Really, really nice shading. I like how we've repeated the purple on the tail here. That's a fantastic looking mini overall. I'd love to see another angle on that one, if you feel like getting that in. Here we have, from Kevin Kitsune, my Tau XV25 Stealth Battlesuits. The bases will be snow-themed with Sterling Mud as the base. Waiting on some Vallejo ground texture for the snow. Vallejo ground texture is the shit. Love the warm white that we've gone with here on these Tau Battlesuits. Our shading is all very yellow-brown, and it's against almost a... It's hard to tell because it looks like you just have one base tone down. I can't tell if this is warm or cool, but man, if you built that up into cool colors, that would look absolutely fucking amazing. Love the warm white on those. I still think of these as the new stealth suits, even though I know that these have been the stealth suits for just years and years at this point. I always think about the old, because the old stealth suits didn't have the big shells on the front of them. They were much more sleek. They had like little chest pieces and then helmets. I still have some of those kicking around someplace. Yeah, they do kind of look like the turrets from Portal, don't they, Cat? Big old burst cannons. I love Vallejo texture paste, man. Now this looks like Sterling Mud you've got on here. But yeah, you'll love that Vallejo texture paste if it's your first time getting it. Heading out to bed. Have a great rest of the night. Zara, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for the raid. You have a fan-fucking-tastic night. I hope to see you again. We're going to be back Thursday, playing some Dead Space 3 and doing a giveaway. Oh, nice work, Kevin Kitsune. I look forward to seeing those guys based. Coming down. We have from Dr. Rhino Rescue Mini. I got to see him working on this the other day. Restored from eBay seller. Going to be raffled off during a charity stream. Really proud of my progress and starting mini painting in August. I didn't know you were that new to it, Dr. Rhino. That's even more exciting. Nice work on the flaming sword. Having seen where this started, you've done some serious rescue work, particularly right here in the face. The head coloration was a little bit wild. As you noted, the original owner connected the halo wrong, but I tend to agree with you. I like the way it sort of arcs forward over his head there. Nice work on the gold. I painted one Robot Gilliman for a friend of mine. I didn't keep it. But this model is a huge pain in the ass. It has so many gold details. It just takes so much time to do them by hand, but I mean, it pays off ultimately. It's a very, very ornate armor that he's wearing. Oh, yeah. Ooh, nice work on the purity seal here, man. You get that sort of text scroll really down. It looks like there's varying levels, varying lengths of line. It really looks like some text. Nicely done, and good job on the flaming sword as well. Excellent work on a rescue. Here we have from Tiberius79. Wanted to share this. A friend of mine who's no longer with us made these for a tabletop game. Oh shit! That's pretty cool. They just like lit acrylic so you can kind of go on them with like a dry erase marker. That's pretty clever. I always love seeing what real inspiration and love can bring to the table. And yeah, sharing something that, and I mean, you know, I'm glad that it makes me feel good that someone who's passed on can still have their creativity shared with us here as well. So thank you very much for posting this. Lord Slimeapple has arrived from the depths of the abyss, and just in time for, I mean, really the end of the stream, to be fair. But thanks for coming in, man. And he had different insert. Oh, so you could slide these out and put new ones in. That's very, very cool. Thank you for sharing that, Lunchbox. From Impudent Mortal, right? Okay, I gotcha. Oh, here we have Machine God Ur. Good old late 80s, early 90s Wolfhound done in Sky Rangers colors for my Steiner unit. Had a bunch of issues with this guy. Paint didn't want to stick to primer. Left arm keeps falling off no matter how much glue or bonding agent I use. But hey, it looks good, yeah? Sculpt isn't in print anymore. Don't know how rare it is. This is one of those old blue Ralpartha packages with a white Atlas silhouette on it. Box was beat to hell and the mini was basically falling out. Inherited it from my uncle, who was getting rid of all his Battletech stuff, so I figured, since the box was in bad condition, I could use it and paint it well. And yes, the flowers on the base are painted by hand. I did get to see him finish working on this one. And yeah, some really nice color choices. Very, very classy color scheme. And then excellent use of reds. Fairly vivid, too. And yeah, I really, really like how you did the flowers to kind of pick up the blue in the cockpit. I think that's a really good move. That's some solid color composition right there. Okay, that's fair, Machine God. I didn't see you finish it on stream. I got to the point where you were talking about painting the flowers in order to balance out the cockpit. Very, very nice work. Coming down, we have from Dave's Mini Art, some stuff he's been working on lately. Ooh, that's fucking horrifying. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but I hate it. There's faces in these antlers, for God's sake. And there's like a goose coming around here? I don't know what this is, but I don't like it. And this is completely different. This is like, oh wait, this is MCP. This is one of Thanos's duders. I don't remember his name. I love the use of the metallic teal on it, though, man. That's very nice. Some sort of hell moose? Yeah, it's something from, like, the depths of my nightmares. Thanks, I hate it. It is a little bit upsetting. Really, really love this use of the vivid metallic teal, particularly when you've got this sort of almost yellowish ochre going on in his skin. The contrast here is fantastic. Look forward to seeing how you finish that one off, Dave's Mini Art. Really nicely done. Here we have from Sumitha. Well, this monstrosity began as an attempt to create a custom kit bashed together version of a penetrator, but it turned out being fucked if I know. But it's a finished model, so yeah, it's a thing. It's something that wouldn't be out of place in any 3025 game, where you're like, hey man, I found some legs, I found some arms, I rigged the laser into the main reactor, we're good to go. As always, I love this red and black color scheme that you picked for the Dreadnought Battle Corps. It's a funny little mech, isn't it? It does kind of have that cobbled together feel, though. I really like that, not gonna lie. Sumitha, thank you for sharing with us. From Vandal Noir, Los Muertas, Atlas of the 1st Davion Jaegers. Did a pretty good job on that, the check marks, the checkers. I really, really want more graffiti. Like, I know that me just saying it isn't going to make you do it, but this mech is just so ripe for graffiti. It's so ripe for an Hasta La Vista, baby, or any number of just really stupid memes that you could potentially paint onto it. I love how you sort of modified the size of the checkers depending on where it is on the figure, though, too. This wound up coming out pretty nice. I like the sugar skull effect on the Atlas. That's easily the most clever thing you've done here. The issue is scale, though. Yeah, like I say it, and I realize that what I'm saying is, hey, do something really, really hard. So, you know, you don't have to. I just look at it, and that's what comes to my mind, you know? Here we have from Rodan. Here's the one thing that he finished tonight. Oh, he's working on one of these badass Warhammers. Holy hell, look at that color scheme. That's gonna come out and slap you right in the face. Blue and yellow. Looks like we got some nasty internal... I like the glow effect you've done on the lasers here, man. The way it's focused towards the middle. That's really cool. It looks like we decided that these panels on the arms here are lensed, like they're sensors or something. Unusual, but interesting. Really, really nice work on this. And we got yellow, 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 yellow. I like how we've sort of... how the yellows are distributed across this model. Very interested to see. I mean, it's a gold yellow. It's a very, very red yellow. Very interested to see how you wind up basing this one. A little bit of, like a red-orange would be an interesting contrast for the rest of this to kind of frame the rest of it, I think, Rodan. Very, very nicely done. And I mean, I'm of course partial to this sculpt because I made the arms. Looks like old school Space Wolves co-op. Yeah, you're not wrong, Vandal. It does kind of have that Space Wolves color scheme going on. Nice. Oh, here we have from Staley's. So, I had not seen these ones that you've done so far. I saw the close-up you did on this one, and damn, dude. Damn. This is a brilliant color scheme. This color scheme is brilliant in its simplicity. This is a great example of how not overcomplicating things, but just having a good core idea and a decent grasp of color theory can yield some things that really just grab you. The contrast between the ruddy, sort of russet brown, the green, and the cool gray is amazing. How are you gonna base these, E-Staleys? I'm very curious to know how you are going to base these, because I feel like that little bit of extra color, like green to repeat the color of the cockpit would be good, but I'm curious what you have in mind. E-Staleys is a fantastic painter. Absolutely fantastic painter, and this is a good example of what I sometimes talk about, and don't take this the wrong way, E-Staleys, but how you don't really need super clean, hyper-precise highlight. I mean, your highlighting here is very, very clean. Your edge highlighting is excellent. There are a couple of chunky ones in here, but here's the thing about it. You won't notice unless somebody points them out. You won't notice unless somebody points them out because the colors complement each other so damn well. And the contrast is so, so well done. Snow or grass, I don't know yet. Either one of those would be a good choice. Either one of those would be a fantastic choice. Either the white or the green. And yeah, really, really nice lensing work, too. It's much softer than the sort of harsh lensing a lot of people do, and I think it works particularly in that green. Well done, E-Staleys, and thank you so much for sharing with us, man. Ooh, we got Datron Voltari, new phone, new camera, same crappy photographer. Here's today's effort, learned a more traditional carnitas recipe and decided to try it out. 3-hour slow cooking in lard with oranges, onions, bay, thyme, oregano, and garlic. Surprise ingredient for me was the condensed milk. That is kind of surprising. But damn is it good, topped with a quick salsa verde and some queso fresco. I shouldn't do that. The side is roasted garlic saffron rice, because I can. Ooh, I bet that's good. No guac tonight. Yeah, that's fair. I'm really hungry right now. Like, my mouth is actually watering as I look at this. And it's not that I don't love them. I love them, Datron Voltari. It's just that I have to move past them, because this is becoming a problem for me. And here we have from Kursala, just to hammer the final nail into my casket, since I forgot about it being Taco Tuesday, here's our tacos. Spicy chicken stew, arugula, guacamole, and cheddar. Ooh, arugula. Guacamole and cheddar, that could be interesting. I'm not a huge arugula fan. It really needs to be complemented by something that's going to take the bite off a little bit, and this could actually do that. Wonderful looking plate of tacos, though, Kursala. Oh, God. I gotta eat some. Here we have from Avash. Looks like we've been working on one of them new Mad Cats in a blue scheme. I love the contrast with the orange that we got going on here. What kind of paints are you using, out of curiosity, Avash? Are you using contrast paints? Radishes. Yeah, I can see how radishes might cut the arugula nicely. Yeah. And then we have an, gargoyle? Executioner? Guys, what mech is this? Somebody tell me before chat notices. Executioner, there we go! That's what I said. I absolutely said that. That was the first thing that I said. It was the first thing because I only said one thing, and that was the right thing. Yeah, clan bullshit, exactly. Forgotaron gets it. Oh, he gets it. I like how we got the white on the front and then the blue striping. The orange here really mixes it. This is another case of, man, I just wish that the cockpit glass was bigger. This is more of a flaw of the design, though, than the casting. There just isn't much cockpit glass on this bad boy. Should set up a tabletop sim and beat the tar out of... I would not be opposed to that, Thunderdome Drew. Battletech actually works really, really well on Tabletop Simulator. Avash, 6. Avash. Yeah, that's the next Avash. Avash 5, thank you so much for sharing those with us today, man. I look forward to seeing the rest of your clan mechs come together. Wonderful color choices. Oh, Manro Fasal just needs to finish the bases. Sorry, one photo was horrible. That happens. Working in the green. Yeah. I want to see these other two. Like, the fleshy tubes on this make me very uncomfortable. Looks like we've done some kind of cool rusty effects on the metal as well, but I want to see these ones. Because that green is what's grabbing me. Oh yeah, that green is where it's at. I assume that's done as kind of like a warp crystal, warp fire effect. It pops so nicely, though. I'm always curious when I see models like this what the basing is going to be, because the basing is going to change the look of it quite a bit. Quite a bit. The kind of yellow hair is a nice contrast against the real pale, sort of livid flesh that you've got going on across the rest of them. Oh yeah, that green really pops nicely. Love the work you've done on the leather here, by the way. This is striking. This is one of the most impressive things on this model to me, is the way that you've got this sort of modeled, worn leather effect. I'd be very curious to know what you actually did to achieve this effect, because it seems like it was probably not terribly difficult, but very effective. Maybe it was really difficult, I don't know. Cat's first mech should be a mad cat. No, don't make your first mech a clan mech. That's starting off on the wrong damn foot. Yeah, the splotchy worn leather is absolutely lovely. I would love to know what you did for that, man, Rofasol. That came out fantastically. Did your own mix of sand, grass, and rocks for the base. Okay, okay. That's just snakebite leather. It came out really, really well. What if she wants the demoness? I mean, I'll allow it, you know, but I'd rather do the marauder. Here we have from White Wolf, hoping to post actually completed pics of things tonight, but a longer day at work thanks to icy roads and freezing rain made me have to clean off my truck's windshield on a semi-regular basis. Took up more time than originally expected. It will do that. So here, have the new airbrush station in its current state. 8. I'm liking the... I need a new compressor. You have a nicer compressor than I do at this point. And you picked up one of these. That would have been my second recommendation. This is a fantastic item here. The Master, like, weighted pot. Very much looking forward to seeing what you do once you get a chance to kind of stretch your legs with airbrushing. It opens up so many options. So damn many options, White Wolf. On a similar topic, my assembly desk is getting some love too. No more 8-inch tablet. Instead, it's going to be a 27-inch 1440p display attached to, I guess it'll be my old benching rig, because why not go with the overkill option? GTX 970 Ti should be enough for watching YouTube, Twitch, and or running Spotify. No idea how the lights will be for glare, but I'll worry about that later. Yeah, you know, you can always adjust. You can always, you know what you can do is you can put a, like, pantyhose over the light, too. That'll kind of help take care of that glare somewhat. Oh, the Typhoon paint mixer. I wish I had a station just for assembly. That's what I need, is just vastly more space, right? That'll make me more efficient. Maybe? That's just what I've told myself every time I've gotten a bigger office. Yeah, we gotta get you a Space Hawk, cat. That's where it's at. So is the Bull Shark a BTech only mech, or is there a model of it somewhere? So there are models of it that people have done. I think there's one on Thingiverse. But the Bull Shark was invented for HBS Battletech. That much is true, Avash. Oh, say hi to my new spray booth. Oh, hello, new spray booth. It looks like we got some things that are going to get sprayed in you, too. I like this spray booth. I've got this one. The Master one, I think you'll like it. It's fairly high quality. I do advise, put down some, like, paper towels or something. Maybe tape, use, like, some painter's tape and tape down some paper on the inside of it, because otherwise you're going to wind up just building and building and building acrylic crud. And you can go in and scrub it out. But it's easier to just have something taped down so you can pull it up and throw it away, at least in my experience. Oh, I didn't read it, I'm sorry. And for my final pick, it begins. There's more on order, as Closer Places didn't have all the models I wanted, but yeah, here's just a few Knolls and 2 JGSDF vehicles that are more than likely going to be some sort of Borderlands-like treatment, with my own twist on Apocalypse or whatnot. Basic premise, Knolls got their paws on some vehicles and naturally went for a joyride. I've been following this idea, and it's an interesting one, White Wolf. No, Knolls didn't steal my beer, but I'm very curious to see where you wind up with that concept, because it's very similar to all the Ratmen that I dig so much. Finish up the Merrick Militia Marauder. Ooh, say that 5 times fast. Mostly pro-acrylic colors with some GW technicals. The sculpt is probably my favorite Marauder yet. Gonna have to work on the Gauss one soon. It is a nice sculpt. This is probably too big for the screen, and I apologize if that's happening. Get this posted in. Ooh, I like the 38. Looks like you did that freehand. Very nicely done. I love the blue and red glow that you've got going on down here. I'd love to get my hands on one of these Marauders. It is a fantastic sculpt. And I mean, you know I love the Merrick Militia. It's just such a gaudy damn paint scheme. It works so damn well, though. This, I would agree with that. Like, any other negative I might bring up, I think this is one of the best Marauder sculpts anybody's ever done. I want to see the modified one you've done, that heavy Gauss one. Yeah, that's going to be cool. Gonna have to work on that one soon. I look forward to seeing that one, man. Holy crap. Here we have from Kursala our last picture for the night. Progress for tonight, got the fingers fixed up and mounted into a hand. Got the lower arm assembly started. The cannon laser, not sure really, is going to get attached, but I'm not sure I'll use that one. I don't really like the way it fits. I do like the way it looks though. Sometimes all you got to do is shift it around a little bit, you know? I kind of like the big gun on the back of the arm though. That's always an aesthetic that's appealed to me. And here we have the claw hand coming in too. I would definitely, like, you kind of want the laser to be set further back, because anything that claw hand would be able to grasp, you know, that laser would start to get into the way of it. That's always the challenge with the forearm mounted weapons like that. I try to, like, when I did the Shadowhawk, I try to keep the laser set back as far as where the wrist would bend to give maximum, but I mean, it's also different for a claw hand, you know? That came together really, really nicely, though. Love the smooth curves on this model, and you've done a lot of really complex work lately, Kursala, that's making me feel self-conscious about my own progress, man. Really great stuff, though, man. Thank you for sharing that work with us tonight. That is going to bring us to the end of the Storm Report for tonight. What are we doing next? We're going to be back. We're going to be back, guys. This isn't the end of the stream. This isn't the end of anything. Thunderhead Studio goes on and on and on and on and oh god, on and just on, and it just keeps going. It just keeps going somehow. Nobody's found a way to stop it yet. Hopefully they will before, you know, mankind comes to an end. Who's doing what right now? Who are we going to raid? MCB's playing Call of Duty. Nah, probably not so much. I'll tell you who we're gonna raid. We're gonna go ahead and get over with a raid to Zombie Brush Studios. Who is... what is he doing? Yeah, let's get that going. Excellent painter, good dude, friend of Steiner Miniatures. Give him some love, give him a follow, make some noise. We're going to have an actual emote for rating here in the near future. I believe Hootie Hoo just finished working on that. There's the man. Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much, Hootie Hoo. Guys, thank you so much for today. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the raids. We got 2 raids today. That was so exciting. We are going to be back Thursday, November 12th, playing Dead Space 3 and doing a drawing for at least 8 people to win some of these very snazzy Thunderhead Studio t-shirts, as well as some of these very, very snazzy Thunderhead Studio mugs. We will also have some credit giveaways for Steel Warrior Studios codes, so you'll be able to get over there and download and some STLs or get some physical product, including not just Thunderhead Studio stuff, but also Strato, also Metalcore Collectibles, a number of other very talented artists. Yeah, we will be multi-streaming if Cat's up for it. Dead Space 3 on Thursday, then we'll be back again Sunday, November the 15th, with more mech painting action as it goes. My sincere thanks to everybody who came out today. Thank you for everything, you guys. You're the absolute fucking best community on Twitch. Thank you to Cat Ion. Thank you to Project Dark Fox. You guys always keep this shit together. Oh, I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go eat some fucking schnitzel, guys. Have fun at Zombie Brush Studios, and until next time, keep on painting.